Good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening, and a good wherever you are. I'm JP. This is Websites for Beginners, and this is Breakdance Builder for WordPress Module 2. We are creating a multi-page this time with header and footer navigation and so much more. In this full-length tutorial, we're going to create 4 pages. We're going to assign headers to them, grade sections, and this is all drawn from this template that I found that is not too complicated, but at the same time brings in a lot of design that gives us that opportunity to work in depth with the Breakdance Builder and explore all the features and get closer to that level of mastering breakdance and creating our perfect website with it. In Module 1, we created our site with the free Breakdance version, but I mentioned to you already back then. From Module 2 onwards, we're going to go Pro because Pro is the way to go. However, if you don't have Pro or you don't want to get it yet, you just want to practice along, Breakdance has a great feature, and that is you can still use the free version. The only difference is that all those Pro features will not display on the front end, but you can still try it. And remember to check out how you can also practice along for free. There's a chapter in this course just for that. But for me, Breakdance has so much to go for. Ease of use, it's the typical visual drag and drop builder. Many users of Elementor has noted that it is easier than Elementor, and I think that was the whole goal behind Breakdance. These are developers from Accordion who brought all this clean coding and fast, reliable websites, and they wanted to incorporate that with what people loved about Elementor. And thus, we got Breakdance. Has comprehensive features, 145 built-in elements. So there's really nothing there that you want that isn't there. And it gives you all this full site editing. You take full control over everything. But I think to note, this is what we don't see on the surface, and that is the performance. This is rapid deployment of your site. It loads very quickly, and the efficiency is just of the highest caliber, top-notch. Other great features that I like, of course, is the global styling. It gives you that consistency for your brand that you can maintain easily across your entire site, as well as plenty of templates to choose from. And this is a great starting point, all these pre-built responsive sections. Breakdance is also renowned for its WooCommerce incorporation, and that we'll tackle in Module 4. It's also something that Breakdance inherited from Accordion. Back to Module 3, I think a few things that we can look at highlights that will be upcoming in this very long tutorial. And that is number 1, the header builder. Whoa, great little feature here. Gives you all the flexibility. It allows you to make it transparent, sticky. There are so many things going on for the header builder. We're only going to scratch the surface. With that also comes the mobile menu and many things you can do there. How the drawer behaves, how it looks, style it out to your heart's content. Great feature as well is the global blocks. And I think together going with the global blocks are many of the other templates. Breakdance doesn't even require you to go to the back end and set it up there like we usually did. It all happens on the page with the quick navigation. And wanting to use one of your own blocks that you've created earlier, again, that's very easily done with your own design set within the design library. Makes it unnecessary for you to save anything. It's there on call. Let's take a sip. Coffee. Coffee is so important. The values. First of all, this is a channel. Everything is for beginners. There are many tutorials out there, I think, for intermediate and advanced. This channel focuses on the fact that you know almost nothing, and the less you know, better. So coming here, not knowing much really helps, but I would recommend you go watch Module 1 of Breakdance first. If you know nothing about WordPress, I recommend you also go watch the tutorials on WordPress. The second thing is that we do no coding. A lot of the stuff that you will see on the websites for builders like Bricks, Breakdance, etc. is a focus on bringing in your coding, doing CSS and other kinds of stuff. Don't need it. You just don't need it. And we're never going to touch on that. Never, 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 I hope. Third, we don't just skim through things. We go full on in when we say we are teaching you the stuff. Too many tutorials saying they're going to make you a superstar, and all they do is to make you super slow because you see what people are doing. You don't know where they're getting it from. When you try to replicate it, when you are building your website, you spend hours online trying to figure out what you are doing wrong. That's why we take things much slower. That's also why I include timestamps in the description below, because for many, you really don't want to sit through this entire tutorial, so skip around to the stuff you like. But as well, we will follow all of this up with shorter videos on the channel if you just want that bite-sized information at a later date. And finally, very important to me is this kind of concept of simplistic design with functionality. That means that we don't go crazy in how we design websites. You're going to see this in the showcase for this module 2 as well. We focus on clean layouts. I would say minimalistic. That's my approach. I found that the websites out there who does it straight and simple, they are the ones who draw the most appeal. Yes, make it look professional, but don't make it look circusy, unless you are a circus. I mentioned the timestamps. They are all in the description below. Follow them along to the chapters you need, or if you want to revisit any of the other chapters. And before we start into module 2, let's quickly just talk about module 3. What's up next? Module 3, we're really going to skip a lot of the stuff that we did in Module 1 and Module 2, and I'm going to assume that you already know about all of those page building, how to create it, and blah, blah, blah. What we do in Module 3, the big word is dynamic data. In fact, we're just going to build a blogging site. So if you're into blogging, you want to know how to do blogging properly with Breakdance, then Module 3 is the way for you to go. And then as promised, in the future, after Module 3 comes the 4, and that will be WooCommerce, and that will give us the whole set of Breakdance for beginners. Me, JP, you, learner, let's get cracking. For those of you who want to practice along for free, I'm going to show you how to do that with TasteWP. It's just a quick sign up, and then you can practice along for free. If you already have a way to practice along, or you just want to watch the video, you can skip this chapter. Remember, all those timestamps, the chapter links are in the video and in the description below. We go to tastewp.com, and the link is also in the description below. Sign up is going to just be a few seconds, and once you have signed up, and I'll just go ahead and log in, it will take you to the dashboard. From here, you create a new site. Very simple. Select in the top left corner, create new site. And from here, just unselect these guys. They are plugins that we do not want to use, but the rest you can leave the same. You have the option to give it a custom site name. If you don't want to, you leave it open and it will just generate some random name for you. But we are busy with Breakdance, and I forgot what I called the first one. So I'm just going to make this module, and let's make it BD 2026 module 2. And hopefully that name hasn't been taken. And select create temporary site. And this is going to be less than 2 seconds. Look there. It took 593 milliseconds, half a second to create this. There is the username, there is the password, and you can select access it now. Click, it takes you into WordPress, and a few things we have to talk about what TasteWP allows you to do and what this green screen is all about. TasteWP allows you to create websites in which you can practice WordPress for free with a little bit of limited disk usage space, as well as 7 days in which you are allowed to use it. After that, it will expire. You do get 1 or 2 websites that will never expire, and you can set that as you please, or you can delete it and then rename this new one a never expiring website. And if you created the website from there, you can export it, or you can sign up with hosting from TasteWP, I think. But back into WordPress, what is happening here is that they just remind you of this. If you want to buy, you go ahead and sign up here. Otherwise, you just select OK, got it. The second thing that TasteWP does by default is it changes the UI, the theme, how it looks in WordPress, and you can change it back to the default. Head on over to the navigation sidebar on the left where you see users, go to profile, and we select the default option here, scroll to the bottom and update profile, and now everything is back to the WordPress way we know it. You can select the WordPress icon in the top left-hand corner, and that takes you to this area. We are combining a number of steps that in Module 1 I separated In this module 2, we're going to go faster through these steps. But again, these are steps that I have to go through to make sure that my site is set up properly. And the other reason why I redo this is the best way to learn. You are a beginner, you want to get familiar with it. Trust me, the more you do this, the better you'll get. One of the things that used to get me when I started with WordPress was the setting of the homepage. And you cannot believe how often that got me. Even months later, like, how do I set my homepage? So the more you do this, the more you understand that that thing you do only once is actually very important, and then you need to practice it. We clean up because WordPress comes with a few standard settings that I always change, and I call this my cleanup. I call it the 4 Ps. I go to posts, which is the first P, and there is a post already here which I want to delete. Select trash, and I'll also empty the trash can. Is this important? Many people say no. I'm one of those people that don't like stuff lying there. The next P is pages. There are 2 pages here. The privacy policy you may actually use, but again, we're going to delete them. I select both, move to trash, apply, and go to trash again and empty the trash. The third P is plugins. Many host providers install plugins with their WordPress installation, and they will appear here. And it's good that when you start, go through these plugins, delete them or deactivate them at a minimum. And the last P is my permalinks. To settings, permalinks, and we choose this one, post name. And this ensures that whenever we have a page, actually a post, it won't show the date on which the post was created. It will actually show the name of that post at the very end in the URL, in the website address. Select Save Changes, and that is our cleanup. Now I have it the vanilla way I would like it. Next step is to set up the site, and that is just your site details. Before I do that, I want to bring in the theme that I want to use. Now remember, actually, we're not going to be using the theme. Go to the navigation sidebar, appearance and themes, and let's get out of this confusion. I want to bring in my own theme. I'll click on Add Theme, and I will search for Bloxy, and you can use your favorite one here, Generate Press, Astra, Cadence, etc. I'll go ahead and click on Install, and Bloxy also has a plugin called the Bloxy Companion. Once I activate here, it's going to ask me, do you want to install the Bloxy Companion? I'm just going to say yes, go ahead and install it. Once it has been installed, you'll see this dashboard appears, and we have Bloxy here in the sidebar on the left. Now we come back to the confusion of the theme. Once we install Breakdance, we have the option, do I want to use the theme or not? And we are going to say no, because we are learning Breakdance. The reason why I install Bloxy is because now when I go to Appearance, you will see I have the option to create menus. But if I select the theme that has been installed by default, this 2023, and I go to Appearance, the menu option disappears. Now you have to go into the theme, the template, and you have to go create it there. Really, we don't want to do that. So the easiest way to make sure that you have a menu option here under Appearance is to use a theme that brings in the menu. And that means you bring in your favorite theme, make sure it is lightweight. You can even use, what is that theme called from Elementor? Happy. That's a great one. Just make sure that you will know how to create a menu. I'll also show you again how to create a menu in this video. Go back to Bloxy and click on Activate. Now with this, we set up the site quickly. I can go into Bloxy and set up the site, but let's just do it within the settings. Navigation sidebar on the left, settings and general. We start at the top. Let's call this Breakdance Module 2. And then the tagline is create stunning multi-page website. And these two, the site title and tagline, they are actually important. You need to use the words that your site is about and maybe your company business here. Next, choose a site icon, your favicon, select. I'll bring in my folder where all my assets are, and I will just bring them again one by one. Actually, you can select all of these and bring them into the media library in one go. But as we're building out the site, I prefer to bring them in one by one so you can see what I'm doing. My first one then is the favicon or the site icon. Favicon is maybe a little bit archaic, but many of us still use it. If you see the term site icon, in this case, that's what it says. You go ahead, set a site icon. You click again on crop image. And now we have our site title, tagline, and site icon. A few more things we change here. Set your site language. In my case, I'm just going to put it on English South Africa for those few words that I prefer, like spelling color with a U. Doesn't matter, but I'm just used to that. And then time zone, we're going to set that also properly on +2. I remind you that time zone doesn't really make a difference in most cases, but the moment you go into something like blogging and other custom post types where you are publishing stuff, you better get the time zone in the way you want it. And you can set up the date format as well as the time format as to how you want it to appear on your website. Once we are ready here, we click on Save Changes. And now we have cleaned up the site, we have set it up, and we've brought in the theme that we're going to use. In Module 1, we use the free version of Breakdance. In Module 2, we are using the Pro version. Almost every page builder on the market, when you have a free and Pro version, you have a plugin for the free, and then you also install the Pro plugin for the Pro. Not in Breakdance. In Breakdance, you only have that one plugin. Let's first go to our Breakdance dashboard, and I'll show you where to get it. Log into Breakdance, and remember, follow the link in the description below. Go to Downloads. Even if you don't have Pro, you can still practice along with free, because free does give you access to the Pro elements. It just won't display on the front end, but then you go to Breakdance Free and you download 2.6.1. Just note that this Breakdance Free 2.6.1 and the Pro 2.6.1 is exactly the same plugin. They are the same plugin. The only difference is going to be the license key that you enter. In your case, if you're only working with free, you go to license key and you copy the free one. I'm not going to go there. I don't want to show you my Pro license, but that's what's going to happen. So download Breakdance 2.6.1, go ahead, and then go ahead and copy the license key. We hop back into WordPress. To the sidebar, plugins, and select Add Plugin. Upload plugin, browse, go to my downloads, and where's Breakdance 2.6.1, and open. Install now. Activate plugin. And after activation, you get this little screen. It first gives you the option. Do you want to disable the theme or keep the theme? For our tutorials, we are going to set it to disable theme. Add the license key here. If it's the free one, you put it here. If it's the Pro one, you put it here. It doesn't matter which one. Based on the license key, it will either open or lock the premium features. A reminder again, if you don't understand, even in the free one, you have access to all the Pro features, so you can follow along in this video. The only difference is it will not display on the front end, similar to what you saw in Module 1. I'll go ahead and paste my license key and then select Finish Setup. Now that we have installed Breakdance, if you go to Appearance and you select Themes, you will see that it says the WordPress theme system has been entirely disabled, but you can still see the other two themes, Blocksy in 2023, appear here. As I hover over them, they become highlighted, and after a while, they will fade out again. Remember this, in the future when there are updates to these themes, you will see the update notification. You can still go ahead and interact with them. They are not locked entirely. You still have access to them. You just don't use them in your page building experience. We are going to be creating a number of pages for our multi-page site, but first, let's just create our first page, which is the home page, and set it so that it reads to the home page. I'll go to Pages. Currently, we have no pages. Add Page, and we close this and call this Home. In the top right corner, Schedule, and click it again. Then to the left and select Edit in Breakdance. In no time, it opens the Breakdance builder for us with the home page set. I'm going to exit again to WordPress. We do that by going to the Close button in the top right corner and select Exit to WordPress. To go into WordPress, top left corner, my site icon appears here now. Usually it will be the WordPress icon that displays here, but once you bring in your little site icon, this will appear here in the top left corner, and that's how you exit back to WordPress. So, or rather the main dashboard. From here, go to Settings, select Reading. your homepage displays, and currently it is set to your latest posts. We don't want that. We want my homepage, the first page people will see when they come to my site, to be that page I have just created. Select a static page, and the homepage we set to home. We're not working with posts in module 2. We're going to do an awesome travel blogging site in module 3, build it from scratch, and then we'll do some more work here, perhaps. Go ahead and save changes. In the toolbar at the top, we select our site name, click on it once, and it will take us to the front end, and currently my home page is empty, so that's why we are seeing absolutely nothing. To edit the page, from the toolbar at the top, hover over Breakdance and select Open Home. And surprisingly, I forgot it takes us into the WordPress editor because I had exited here. What a pity. So we just select Edit in Breakdance. All that for just going back to where I should have gone. Anyway, here we are in the Breakdance Builder. Now remember, we are going to create an About page, a project page, as well as a contact page, if I'm not mistaken. So 3 more pages. To remind you, this is what we will be creating. We'll have a home page, the About page, the contact page, and the projects page. Well, I should change that around. So 4 pages in total. We've created the home page. Let's also create these 3. And I'm going to do it now. I want to show you something in Breakdance, and I want to show you it's awesome, but it doesn't work for the pages. But for other things like global pop-ups and global blocks, pop-ups, global blocks, templates, it works really well. For pages, you still need the WordPress backend. Let's go to our builder. And at the top, from this options toolbar, go to the middle, and Breakdance calls this area the quick navigation. I love this feature. This was only a dream in page builders a couple of years ago, but now almost every, and I say almost every because not all of them have this. This is a very nice feature. It allows you to jump between pages while you are working in the builder without the need to exit into Breakdance. I said great feature, but something that the team from Breakdance could consider doing, and I'll show you soon what I'm talking about. So this one here is our responsive view. We don't worry about that, but we go over here to editing page and select it. And currently it says no items found. Try adjusting your search to find what you are looking for. There is nothing else here, but we can create a new page. Click on the plus and then post type, select page, and we call it About. Wow. So I can just go ahead and create this page, select save, and there it is. I can create the next one. Let's do that as well and create my next page. And this one we are going to call projects and save. And there is that page as well. Now what happens, I'm currently in the home page. I go to the About page and just click on it. And what it does, it opens the About page for me. I can go ahead and now edit the About page. Go to the quick navigator and you'll see my projects is here. Yes, and strangely, my homepage does not appear here. Let's go to About page again. And what I want you to understand why this method doesn't really work that well for pages in terms of creating is the following. We save this page, then go to the Close button in the top right corner, select Copy URL. So this page, the About Us page, we've just copied the URL. Let's open a private window. So we are not logged in. So I'll say New Private Window. I'll paste this and then enter. And we get a 404 not found. Just because I created that page doesn't mean that page has been published. And that happens still in WordPress. I'll close the private window. I've looked around. There's no way I can make this a published page. So the page is still just a draft. And we need these pages published so that we can properly work with them. For that, we exit back into WordPress. Close the button at the top, exit to WordPress, and let's click here on View Pages. And you will see here we have our 3 pages. Homepage, it says Published on the right. But then for the about, you will see it's set to draft, and the projects is also set to draft. And it's not even set in Breakdance. So I think the best option here is, like always, you go ahead and you create these pages in WordPress and you start editing them from WordPress. It's the best way to go. Let's create all the pages. I'll add one more page, and this will be the Contact Us page. Contact. I'll schedule, and I'll schedule, and I'll select Edit in Breakdance. And let's look at the quick navigator at the top. It's still only these two. And I'll exit to WordPress. And now you understand how you need to create these pages. So the quick navigator is very convenient for navigating between pages that you've already created. If the page hasn't been created yet, you can come and do it here in WordPress. I hope that Breakdance gives us this feature that you can already create the page and that it is published within the builder. I'll go to Quick Edit for About, and I'll put it on Schedule and Update. And that new word scheduled actually means published. So weird. And then projects do the same. Quick Edit, Start, Status, and select Published and Update. Now all my pages have been published. Go to my home page. And for some reason, my homepage doesn't show anymore that we are editing it in Breakdance. Let's click on that and select again, Edit in Breakdance. With that little bit of confusion out of the way, let's begin building. So you understand what's going up here. You will see later as we go through the tutorial how this plays out very nicely. Next, we set up the global settings in terms of typography and colors. I want to just give you a word of caution. Yes, there is a color scheme here going on, and there is some format to the typography, but this design is a web design, graphic design company, and I recreated this. And what I found is that the whole thing behind it is nothing is consistent. The size of the title changes, and that's maybe what you can understand from a company like this. There is a little bit of consistency, but at the same time, these guys are creatives, right? So they have a little bit of change here, then it's a little bit bigger, and then it's a little bit smaller, then the color changes, and so on. Yet it is good to start with a base, with that global settings. At the toolbar in the top, go to the three dots, click for the drop-down, select global settings, and we start with colors. You have your brand text, headings, links, and background, but go first to the palette and we create a color palette here. I have my style sheet ready here and I have a number of colors. So I'm going to quickly copy all of these. We start with black. And I'll give them names because I like the names. And I just have to type in 3 zeros for that. Add color, and the next one is called Carbon Black. Carbon Black. Then we add more. This is charcoal. You can see these colors are so close to each other, yet we are going to do them all. Wow, what is this? Coral Glow, Shocking Peach. Okay, I'll just call this Shocking Peach. Sounds, I understand Shocking Peach better. Blue, Electric Blue. It's actually just blue, but I think it, in terms of the other colors, it looks really shocking. So Electric Blue for me. Platinum, and then we have a few platinum, so only one. Platinum Teal. So it's a off teal type of color. Barely can see it, but on the page it will make sense. Parchment Sun. Creative words, right? Parchment Sun. Add color. We are almost there. 3 more. Yes, and I'm showing you all of this later on when we get to other. What is this one called? White Smoke Ember. Let's call it White Smoke. When we get to other tutorials, I'm not going to go through all of this again. And then Platinum. Now we just have standard Platinum. Add color. This is a massive palette. Platinum. But if you have your colors ready, go ahead and do this. And the final one is our good friend. It's white. white, and you just have 3 Fs and it will give you white for that. Now I've set up the colors, and if you have gradients that you're going to use, you can add it here as well. I kind of find myself not using gradients that often anymore, but we'll try and tackle this in the future one so you can understand how to set up the gradients as well. Now that I've set up the palette, I can go ahead and set these. Brand is your accent color, so that is the color your button will come in. Let's create a section here, and this you've learned in module 1, and I'll bring in a heading, and this one I will call heading 1. Then we quickly duplicate this one, select it, I'll duplicate it twice, and then the next one I'll call heading 2 because we will go as deep as heading 3. Select heading 2, tags, and set it to H2. And for this one on H3, we bring in a text element. I'll copy some text here quickly. So we have the text, and then below that, let's bring in a button. Oh, let's just select that and add a button over here. And currently you can see the button is blue. So your brand is going to be your button as well as icons. Let's bring in an icon as well so you can be sure that I'm not leading you astray. The first thing you said is your brand. And now you have your palette set up so you can choose it from here. And I'm going to select Shocking Peach and my button updates. Next one is the text. Text is going to be carbon black. Cannot see the update, but it is there. For the headings, I believe that is also carbon black, but it can also be black. So let's just set it on black. These graphic guys, they really jumped around. The links are going to be shocking. So we put it on blue. We don't have a link in this one. And then the background is white. You'd be surprised to know how many times the background isn't white. So always make sure you go and set the background. Actually, as I set it on white, I can clear it out by selecting this clear out function next to it. You will see it isn't really white. Okay, so we set it on white. That's our colors. Next is the typography. Scroll down to typography and we start with the heading font. So heading font, space grotesque. I'll type space and then select grotesque, and our headings update to space grotesque, and the body font is Open Sans. And there we go. The base size is the size of your paragraph text. That should be 16. If I type in 16, we'll see no difference. I clear it, nothing happens. I want to make it larger. But I find that Open Sans is pretty big already. It's very legible. So 18 is a little too big. 20 is way too big. So I settled for 17. Yeah, not 19. Now the ratio. If I type in a value here and it works from 1 to 2, don't go higher than 2. But let's type in 2 and you will see what happens. I type in 2. Whoa! So my heading 1 is very big, heading 2 and heading 3. It starts with your base size, which is 17. Then it increases by 100% to heading 6. And then from heading 6, another 100% to heading 5 and so on. So you can see this is too big. We don't want to do that. And the reason we use ratios is because then we don't have to go and set the sizes for the headings individually. We just use the ratio. Let's drop it down to 1.5 and see if that looks better. Much better. And you can see here, this is our main page heading. This will be our H2 heading. If I look here on this page that we've created and I look at this H2, you can see it works perfectly for us. So the 1.5 works very nicely for what we want to achieve. I didn't set the size of the heading 1, 2, or 3. I only set the base size at 17, and then I set the ratio to 1.5, and it just increased these automatically. If I want to make changes later on, I can still override that when I'm building out the page for those individual headings that have different sizes. One thing that's super important here is that this 1.5 will not look good on a mobile device. That heading 1 will be way too big, even the heading 2. Go to the responsive selector at the top. Just look on tablet landscape, no problem. Tablet portrait, we can work with it. Phone landscape, no. So what we do here is we drop it, and the ratio has the responsive icon here. That allows us to set it, and that makes it great. So we can put a different value in here. Let's halve that 5 to 1.25, and that looks much more workable. So what it's doing now, it's taking the base size of 17, it's increasing it with that 0.25, and then make the heading slightly bigger. Now you can even try what we do is 1.33. And I think that also works, but let's make it manageable at 1.25. Now we have a setting 1.25 on mobile devices, and for tablets and desktop, it's 1.5. Not done. Go to Advanced, Body, scroll to Line Height, and the line height is set in M value. I'll put it on 1.7. This is very big. I usually don't put it that big, but because of this type of design for this website we are creating, I need a little bit more of this white space in my paragraph. I also want to make sure that the font weight is on 400, which is regular. I'll select it, nothing changes, so I can actually clear this out. Nothing had changed here. Close this tab, and then this one, we go to headings, and we select all headings. Then to the font weight, here I will select 400. It's by default set to bold, and bold is going to be 700 or maybe even 6, but we want to go for 400. To just make small changes when we work with text and headings, everything has been set up here in the typography. Close to typography, let's also talk about global buttons. Another great feature is that you can create two sets. One is your primary and the other one is secondary. These words just kind of stick in the website community building. You know, I would have just called this, I'm not sure what. But primary is your go-to button color. Secondary is your second option. And then you have presets. We looked at presets in module 1. Oh, what an amazing feature in Breakdance. Allows you to create stuff and easily change it all over your place in just one click with the preset option. Let's style out the primary and secondary. But so what is this secondary? The first one that I dropped here, this button, this orange one, that is primary. Let's click on the button and duplicate it. And now we see we have two. Whoop-de-doo. Let's just add some space here so we can see these two are a little bit further apart. Click, hold, and drag at the margin at the top or the bottom to add that space. Select the second button, settings on the left in the properties control panel, and select the design. Go to button, and you will see we have primary, secondary, custom, or text. By default, primary is selected. If I select primary, nothing happens. Select secondary, it changes, and now it's an outline version. Then you have custom, you set it up your own way, or just text, which is one that I actually use quite a lot. Select secondary, so we can style out the secondary button over here. I'm going to make this a dark one, but first primary. And the reason why, because we want to add rounded corners here, and we want to change the color of the text. Primary, the size for me is okay. The background is fine, no outline, and then the typography. Go to the color for the typography and I'll put it on black. Font family, I want to put it on the Space Grotesques. I'm not sure, let me see. Yes, it wasn't. Now it's on Space Grotesque. Font size, 16. I don't want it too big because I'm a graphic designer. I want to be different. And the weight, I'll put it on 700, but it's already actually on 700, so we don't see anything there. And then we go to Advanced Letter Spacing, and I'll just add 1.5 of letter spacing there. Close all of these, and then we're back in primary under typography corners and select round. Gives me the rounded corners that you're used to. The effects allow you hover, and what happens there? It has this hover to that white, which is fine for me. And that's how you style out the primary button. Now, every time I bring a button onto my page, it's going to look like this. Let's do that. Click Add, select Button, and you will see it looks like the primary button. I'll delete it. Now, secondary button. Select secondary. This is all under our global settings. Size is the same. Background we're going to change. So we make the background carbon black. Outline, no. Typography, we do the same changes. Font family is Space Grotesques. Grotesque. Oh, my tongue is twisting a little bit here. Put it on 16. The weight is 700, just to be sure. And then advanced is 1.2 for letter spacing. Then close typography, and we go to round as well. Let's see the hover. No hover. So let's change the hover to the following. We go to background. Next to background, you see that little hand, and that allows us to bring in the hover state. Select that. Now the color is empty because we are editing the hover state. I'll select color, and I will, what shall we do here? Let's make it lighter. Let's put it on charcoal. Uncheck this, and we go to the button, hover over it, and you can see it's slightly, or well, it moves to that charcoal color. And now we set up those two buttons, primary and secondary buttons. They're also global settings. Every time we bring in a new button, it's going to be the primary button. Once the button is selected, we can go to the Design tab, button, and we can choose to have it secondary. It just removes so many design choices that you have to make all the time by doing these presets from the beginning. And I think for many people, you just want to get to building the page. I used to do that, but let me tell you, getting these global settings right from the beginning, it will just save you so much time and frustration if you have really built out your site and you have to make those changes later on. Good. We have done all of this. Let's clear out this section. I'll select the section, and from the label in the top left corner, I'll select remove. We are done with our global settings at this moment. Maybe later on we'll come and make a few changes. But before we do anything else, you need to save what you've done here. Select save in the top right corner, and let's begin building out our page. I like to work with the structure panel open when I'm working on a page. I become so addicted to this that when it's not open, it feels like I want to fall off on the right side of the page. Add a section. I'll click in the middle and select section, and this will be our hero section at the top. This is what we are creating, a very simple section. Actually, most of what we're going to do in this design is not too complicated. What we are focusing on in Module 2 is the navigation, the header, the footer, the menu, and global blocks, a number of other great things. Bring in a background image with the section selected, background image, choose. And here is my hero. Click, hold, and drag, and choose. Add a heading. H1 by default, pretty big. I'll select it and paste my heading text. Let me see, there's a space there. And this is where you can see the heading 1 option that we set up is just too big. So let's go and override that. We'll just make sure that the tag is set to H1. Then we go to Typography, change our color to white. And font size, let's see, 84, but 96 may also work. Let's go for 96. With the heading selected, bring in columns below. Add columns and select 2 columns. Add space between the heading and the columns. Click on the heading, go to the bottom where the margins are, then click, hold, and drag, and I'll add about 50 pixels of space here. If you cannot get the 50 pixels properly in there, with your heading selected, go to the sidebar on the left, go to spacing, and you have margin top and margin bottom, and you can see the 50 pixels, they appear here. If I want to put it on 75, I can do that there or drag it on the page. Left column, select plus, and we bring in our button, and it will give us that button we had just created. Select the text by double clicking, and I'll say get start. And later on, we will bring in our links here. For now, we just put these buttons as placeholders. For the column on the right, bring in a text element, select text. I'll double click to select all the text and paste my new text. Because this will be on a dark background, we change the text to white. From the control panel on the left, design, typography, and then the color we put on white. Let's do the background now. I believe they used the full height section for this. We'll do the same. Select the section, and we already put it on an image. The next thing I want to do is first set the height of this. Look for size. I'm not always sure. Yes, size, height, and select viewport. And this will give us this full stretched one. To make the text stand out, we add an overlay to the background. With your background selected and open, you'll find the option for overlay here and select overlay. I'll show you quickly how you add a very standard overlay, and then I'll show you how I handle the overlay a little bit differently here. We set the color, and we can choose this one here, carbon black or charcoal. We don't want to go too dark maybe. Well, let's go all the way dark to make sure it fits in nicely. Once you've set the overlay, you go to the opacity slider, And as you drag, you will think, what happened to my overlay? The overlay by default starts at the bottom at 0 and then 0.1. And 0.1 means there's only 10% of the overlay. If I drag it all the way to 1, then it's pure black again. So you have to reduce it. And actually, most of the time you want it around 80%. So this works well. What I like to do though is I like to bring in a fade. Maybe my left is darker and my right is lighter. The way I achieve that is to control the transparency of the gradient. This is a great way. You can stop here and we have a great setup. I will go and remove the opacity and I'll remove the color. We're back here and now I will select gradient. Select choose and it gives me gradient slider with two colors, this black here and the red. First, I will change the direction. So with these two colors, I can easily go ahead and change the angle. And let me put the black. So it's going to be around here, 135 degrees is the one I usually go for. On the right, I have this black. And on the left, I'm going to select it. And I'm going to also put it on black. And then I do the following. With the left one selected, I will go to the opacity slider and reduce the opacity. You see there? Now, the top right part of my image is still dark, but the bottom part is lighter. I can increase it more to bring in a little bit more of my laptop. And what I can consider doing is go to the black and grab that and change the stop. So you will see I'm pushing more black to the right. And this is just how I create this. I make sure that this part is nice and stands out. And this part, we have the computer and some spectacles and a book to show that we are super smart. This is how I usually deal with gradients. I like to do it like that. This case, then I don't use the opacity slider. And this is good. This is where we want to be. One more step is to make my image a little bit more prominent. I want the laptop bigger. With your background open, we go to image settings, select, and then under size, we select custom. Currently, the size will be cover, and cover means that it will squeeze it in nicely to all the sides, but we select custom. And now we have this much bigger one. I'll just put it on custom, and I'm going to leave it where it is because I found that worked for me. But then the next one is the position. So let's go back to image settings, position. I'll scroll to the bottom, custom, and I'll drag my selector all the way to the bottom like so. And now I have more of that keyboard. Beautiful. And that's how we set all of that up. So you learned about the background, how to make the image bigger, how to put on a gradient overlay. You have many options for that. Next, we check how this will look on our tablet devices. We have our tablet device here. Remember about this columns option. Whenever you're working with columns, it's going to put that break point immediately from tablets. So I'll select the column and then I'll go up one to the parent columns container. You can also select it here in the structure on the right. Go to layout and say stack vertically. In my case, I'm going to say phone landscape. Let's go through this. Tablet, looks good. Next one, tablet portrait, looks good. Now look at this big font here. Is this going to work on a mobile device? Of course, the answer is no, but we also know that we have changed that responsiveness within the global settings. Next one, I choose phone landscape. Oh, but it didn't do that. Because we made a custom heading. So in this case, select it, go to our typography, font size, and let's put it on something like 48. And now you also see that the columns are stacked. It works for us. Let's go to phone portrait and the same thing here. Now it's on 48. It works for us as well. Up on back to the very top, Control S, Command S, save your work. And to preview it here, you can hit Alt Option P, Alt P Option P, and it will take you into the preview. Grab the slider on the right and you can look for the responsiveness. As I've said before, this is okay. It gives you a good idea of how it works, but this is not perfect. And if you want to have more control over this, close the preview first or just hit Escape on your keyboard. Go to the top right, copy URL, then open a new tab, paste it, Control V, Command V. and then go to the inspector. And you do that by hitting the function key F12 on your keyboard. Here is my inspector at the bottom. I'll select this one here, which is the responsive view. If you are in Chrome or Edge or Brave, you'll see those little icons for the tablet and the mobile, and open the responsive view. And this is how it will look on an iPhone 12. Beautiful job, JP. Galaxy S25. You can see maybe the text we should make smaller. Let's do that, because you always have to consider this 360 pixel screen. Always you have to go and look for that. Let's just go ahead and change that, because I do think, we're over here. I do think that will work better. So we go to our phone portrait, select it. It's at 48, and I'll put it on 36. Save. And when you're working here, look at all the space here at the bottom. But that is the problem with builders. This is not the true size of the mobile device. You see, this is how it will look. Now let's refresh this, and it looks much better. So we solved that problem by just decreasing the size. There's not that much space at the bottom that will make you think there is that much space. It is really important that you always go and do this kind of testing to see how it will look. Simulate that. In my case, I use an app called Sizzy, and I'll also put the link in the description for you below. Okay, so with Sizzy open, this is module 3. Yeah, a quick look at module 3 there again. I'll paste the URL for this one that we are working on, and we can have a better look on these devices as to how they will look. This is on a MacBook Air. This is on the normal desktop. This is 4K monitor, pretty big, but we are not too worried about the 4K monitors. And even on the HD, you will think this is a lot of space, but we are creatives. So in this case, it is deliberate. And on the iPad Pro, you can also just check how it will look in landscape view. I'll keep this one open. We're going to test again and again in Sizzy. If you don't have an app like that, don't spend money on it. Go ahead. Just do this F12 function within your browser, and you can check the responsive design for phones. And there should be tablets here as well. iPad mini, you see. So you have to go for the small ones, check them, bigger ones, and you will see how it will look on those guys as well. And then always your phones like iPhone and Samsung, you have to check. Back into Breakdance, let's put it at desktop again, and we are happy with what we've created here. Actually very easy. And I'll just save for good measure again, Control-S, Command-S. Next is the About section. Select section and click on Add. Yes, we actually have an entire page that is an About Us page, but you always put an About section on your front page as a quick way to tell people who you are. Select section. I'll bring in columns. Select columns, 2 columns. On the left, I'll bring in my heading. I'll type in heading, enter to drop it. And I'll say about W4B, which is websites for beginners. And select the tags on H2. Now it works much better. For the right column, I'll bring in text, click plus, and then type text, enter, drops the text, select it, and I'll paste my text. Below this, add a button for the About Us page so that people can navigate there. Select Add, and we select button, button, button. Let me just see what's going on. I want space between these two. Click, hold, and drag. Nice. And I want to change this button out. I don't want the primary. I also don't want the secondary. If you go to the styling, remember we created the secondary option. I want to create something very different. I'll clear out the style, and then I will set my button up first. To do that, you have to select Custom. And now with Custom selected, I'll click Custom again just to make sure. Go over here where the custom settings are, and the size, I will keep the same background. I will remove the background, so I will say it's a white background. Outline, yes. And then the color, I'll put it on black in this case. And then for the width, I think that's fine. And the only thing I need to change is my corners to round. Let's hover over it. And you see with hover, once I hover over it, you can see that the text disappear. So we need to change that. We'll go to color over here. I think this one, click on the hover, and let's make this our shocking peach. And then for the outline, where are we? Outline, let me see. Oh, that's not the text. Size. So this is typography. That's where I changed that. So I go to color for typography, select hover, and also put that on peach. Two birds with one stone. No, two birds with many stones. Now when I hover over it, I have that turned to shocking peach. With this now created, let's save this as a preset. The control panel on the left, just below, choose design preset, and I'll type in a new name. We'll call this outline design. I'll click enter, and then that's it. I don't need to save or anything. I just type in outline design, enter, and it has created a preset for me. And we'll use this again later on. Below this, we add a nice little image. Go to add, image, enter. But the image has dropped in the column. You can see that here, and you can also see it here on the right. And I don't want that. I want the image to be within the section. Go to the structure on the right, click, hold it, and drag the image just to the left. One. And now I drop it. Oh, but it's still off. Now it's just the container. You'll see soon what I mean. Click on choose. I'll bring in my library, and this is my home about image. And it's a nice long image at 1280 pixels. Click on choose, and it drops and it stretches nicely. And I don't want to change anything to how this image looks here. This works perfectly. Only thing is always bring in space. Space brings in separation. Separation brings in structure. Separation structure. So I'll bring this in almost to 75 pixels. And you will see for this design, we bring in loads of negative space and white space all the time. When you're working with something artsy, you want to always add more space, more space, more space. Below this, we're going to put in some nice little call out feature, but we're just going to use basically text for that. With the image selected, go to add, and I'll bring in text, simple text. I don't need the H title there. Select the text and paste in transforming ideas into stunning digital experiences. Go to our styling, typography, color is fine, and I want to make sure that this is space grotesque, which it currently isn't. So I'll select space grotesque and put the font size on 48. You can see the line height is too much because it's 1.7. We set that up in the global settings. So for the line height here, I'll go to 1.2. Next, constrain the container. Currently it's stretching across the page. I want to balance it to the left. And that is a nice function here called size. I'll put it on percentage and then type in 60%. And this is what I get. Wow, nice. I'll go to the top, hover over the margin at the top, the border, click, hold and drag, and I'll add another, this time less. Let's make it 50 pixels. Looks good. Remember what we need to do, and that is we have to go check it on mobile. First, we go to tablet landscape, and let's hop back to desktop. Wherever we have columns, we have one column over here. This is our columns parent container. I'll go to layout, stack vertically, and phone landscape. I'm pretty sure that is a global setting as well. I'll look into that very soon. So we can even set that up on a global level. Now we go through our settings, tablet landscape. Oh, looks good. Next one is tablet portrait. Tablet portrait. I think what we do here though is click on the column. Where is the column? Cannot get the column. Go up one and go to size of the column. Currently it's set at 50. Let's try it at 40. Yes, it works a little bit better. It gives more space for this. This one at the bottom, let's select it. It was set to width percentage at 60. Let's make this now 75. And then scroll to phone landscape. All right. That's fine for us. And this text here will go to typography, font size 36. Save. and final check on Sizzy. To refresh a page within a browser, you hit Ctrl+R, Command+R, and we look at these two. Perfect. And you'll see most of the time, I just focus on my tablet and my phone, because once it looks good in the builder, it will look good on these displays. I'm almost confident in that. So both of the smaller laptops, the MacBook Air, as well as your desktop displays, you don't really need to bother about them. The builder always will do a good job. But for your iPad, your tablets, and for your mobile devices, you need to come and check. And this is a good layout and design. Let's bring in the services section. Yes, we have projects page as well, but again, we're always linking it. We are creating these sections on the front page, my home page, where people can click, and it will take them then to bigger pages with more information if they want to learn more about this company. Let's go into the builder and set that up. And first we go to desktop. Scroll to the bottom. This is the next section we'll be tackling. It's our services, our expertise. I call it a featured section. We're going to run into problems here, and I'll raise that now, and then I'll show you the solution, because I had to do something which I dislike doing in website design. And that is to create two of the same sections with slight differences and display one section only on desktop devices and the others on the responsive mobile and tablet devices. And that's what we're going to be doing here. Give me one more minute. This kind of design, I will personally stay away. And you would say, what kind of design? This empty spaces. And this is a very typical giveaway that a page was actually designed pre-mobile time, or before mobile devices became important in terms of viewing things on the websites. There are so many templates, layouts, and pre-made demo starter sites out there that were created in that period that haven't been updated. And I think that this one that I had drawn this inspiration from is similar. I tried to make it work in Breakdance in so many ways. And in the end, I decided to go for the option, which I'm going to show you today. If it were me, I wouldn't design it like this. I'll just keep it in 3 blocks, which is what we're basically going to be doing. But this is the idea. It's like a metro design. We have these 3 at the top and these 3 are at the bottom. And I think the best way to go is to create this within a column. Let's jump into Breakdance. Bring in a new section, add section, scroll down, first section, then scroll down, and we bring in the columns. Select columns, and we're going to use 4 columns. We'll have a heading, so I'll type in there heading. And this will be a heading 3, so I'll put it on 3. Though it's too big, and we'll have to go and change it. And then we'll have some descriptive text, so add, and I'll bring in a text element for that. This one is called website design. Website design. Let's change the size. We go to Typography, 24. Then select the text element and add our little snippet here. From here on, we style out the column. I'll select the column, I'll go to background, and I'll change the color, and that's where all these faded versions come in, platinum teal. Let's start with this one. To make anything look better, we usually give it a little bit of space. So we go to spacing. This is where we add the padding. I'll click here on apply all and then type in 15 pixels. With the column selected, let's go to size. The width, you see, is already set to 25%, and that's what happened when we created those columns. The minimum height, I will set this to a height that I would like, and I'll put in 275. Here is where I get the #1 question when I'm working and training people. Where did you get the 275 from, JP? And my answer is, I just guessed, and I tried. And this is how it goes 99% of the time. And the more you do it, the more you'll get a value that's stuck in your head that looks good. Naturally, we as humans are inclined to round numbers like 275, 280, 285. That's normal. But you can go for 274. You can go for a smaller number. You can go for a bigger number. It always depends on your layout and your design. Does it work for your site, and how does it look for your design? With this created, what I want though is for my little text box here to be at the bottom, and I want this to be at the top. And we have a setting for that. Select the column because that's where it's going to be happening. Go to layout, and we first work with this one called vertical. When I started in Breakdance, I thought this was a flexbox option. Now, it is actually kind of flexbox option, but this is a simplified version. And the vertical align does not give me what we call a space between. I want to keep my heading at the top, but I want to put this at the very bottom and have the space between. This option isn't there. I found it finally here under Advanced. Don't get scared when you see the word Advanced. It just means take full control, baby. So click on Advanced and I choose Flex. And if you want to know what is meant by Flex, flexibility, you can do what you want. Grid, you are stuck to a grid. So one is very rigid, one is very flexible. All right. Now you have far more options as to how you want to align them, how you want to justify them, where you want to put them. And that is this one, justify content. So skip them, just focus on justify content, and we have a number of options here. What I want is this space between. So I'm going to justify the content by adding space between. And I love to use this, especially when I only have two. Then I know one is at the top and one is at the bottom. Have a look, space between, and it drops it. What does this mean, and why do I like this kind of design? For me, it is all about keeping my boxes aligned in my text. If this text had more texture at the bottom, instead then of stretching the box, I'll add a bit more text. You see the box height stays the same, but it stretches and everything is nicely balanced. So I'll delete that. I'll bring it a little bit more padding. I think that padding of 15 pixels too little for me. Just collapse this and go to size. And we were here at padding, and I'll put it on 25 pixels and then click on apply all, and it will apply to all of them around. And you can see now it actually pushed this word here to the next line. But in terms of the height, nothing has changed because of this space between. That space can be used as I add more content. It will only keep on using this space. I just want to click on the website design to make sure that my tag is H3, and I'll bring in my H2 title in a short bit. We now go ahead and duplicate this column. Select the column and duplicate it twice. So we have 3. Then go to the next column and I'll right click and then select delete. Another option is to select the column and hit backspace on your keyboard, and it will delete it as well. Nicely done. Before I start changing out the content, this is where I build out the structure and go test it on mobile and tablet devices. Make sure everything works on those responsive designs. And after that, I'll build out the rest of the content first to make sure that the structure, the layout is locked in. I want another row. Go to the columns, duplicate this one. I'll go to the margin, click, hold and drag, and I think this is about 35. The default, I think, for the columns is 35 pixels. So I add 35, space them nicely. This space is the gap between columns, and you get that by selecting the columns, the parent container, go to spacing, and then column gap. There's nothing here, but I have figured out this is 35 pixels. I'll type in 35, then I'll clear it. And when I clear it, you will see it switched a little bit. Maybe it is 30. Let's type in 30, clear. Then it goes bigger. So somewhere between 35 and something, 35 and 34. But I believe it's at 35. Now that we have these guys, let's go ahead and do this. Now I want this one to be an empty column, and I want one of these blocks to be on the right. Very simple way. Click on this column and hold, then drag it. And as I drag, you see that blue bar appears. These are the options it gives you to drop this column, and I'll drop it. And just like that, it's done. Now that we have the layout perfect, let's have a look at how it looks on tablet landscape. Aha! And this is our first lesson. Let's go back to desktop. Remember that columns will stack. So I will go to layout and I will say stack vertically from phone landscape. And then I have to do it with this one as well. That's just my preference. I have to go and see if this is a global setting. I keep saying that. Now we go to the next one, tablet landscape. Does it work? Yes, it still works for us. Our heading breaks into 2 lines now, but we are okay with that. It still looks good. The next one is tablet portrait. Does it work? I am not so sure anymore that it works. Now I think it becomes way too cramped. And once we go to phone landscape, we have this where it is stacked, and we have now this column here and this column here. I'm going to spare you what I went through. What I decided originally, even here, was to hide these columns and then everything stretches very nicely. That didn't work. It just didn't work. I don't want to even go into that because I thought it should work, but it just didn't work. And I think I need to spend some more time to truly figure out how I can remove this column and this column, make these at 33 1/3% all over, and then make sure that there is no space added. But I consistently found that when I viewed it on the front end, there was a little bit of space added here. Jump up to desktop, select the first column, and we call this one e-commerce. Select the text, select the column, background, and change it to the next color. Next column, UI, UX design, change it out. And you see, even though these texts have different lengths, the column height stays nicely the same and things are nicely aligned. I like this kind of structure. We also change the color, select the columns, background, and the next one. Then we change these 3 below. This one is maintenance. Change the color, background. We start again with platinum teal, so we keep it there. SEO optimization. And you see it will break into 2 lines, but because of that space in between, everything stays nicely aligned. And the last one, first change the color here. Select the column, background, parchment sun. Let's do it for the next one. Quickly change the background as well while we are busy with that. White smoke. And then graphic design. There we go. Now, this is what we're going to do for our desktop, and it looks pretty nice. Save. We're also going to do that for tablet landscape, but we're not going to do that for these. What I'm going to do is I'll remove the column, and I'll do that by creating another section. Yes, another section. But before we create the next section, let's bring in our title for this section, our heading 2. Okay, with the section selected, add, type in heading, click on it, and it drops it at the bottom. I want to bring the heading at the top. I'll grab the handle and I'll grab it here where you see the thick blue line and drop it. Select it, our expertise, expertise. And here we come in with design flair. What I mean, we're going to make big changes here. First, I'll put it on H2. I think this is important. Once you start making changes, make sure you change the tag first so you lock in the tag. Then go to design, typography. It is a heading, so I don't need to worry about the font family. For the font size, I'll put it on 24. Not very big, but this is what we want to achieve here. For the weight, 700. And we go to advanced, transform, and put it on all caps. Letter spacing, let's give it 2. In fact, I think we can reduce the size to 18 because this is the design thing that we have in mind. I'll drag margins below it. Click, hold, and drag, and I'll put in about 75. Now we have our section. Before I continue, click on the heading again, go to your design area, choose design preset, click inside, call it minimal heading H2 and enter. Now I've created this heading and I've made it a preset. If I want to use it again, I just apply the preset. Click on the section and select duplicate. You can do it here or you can hit Ctrl-Command-D. Let's start with our main section. This section, we only want it to appear on our desktop and our tablet. We don't want it to appear on tablet, phone landscape, etc. For that, go to the settings in the sidebar on the left, hide on breakpoint, and you select tablet portrait, phone landscape, and phone portrait. What happens is the moment we go to tablet portrait, it's grayed out. It's only grayed out in the builder. It's not grayed out on the front end. It will not display on the front end. So it will only work on desktop and on the second one, which is tablet landscape. Then we go to our second section. Go to the columns, select the last column, and select delete. Aha, see what I did? Go to the next column, select the empty one, and select delete. I'll change the color a bit. I'll go to this one, and instead, let's start with, and we make this one different color, and maybe we'll go for this one, and then put this one on green. Just to. This one, we only want to appear on these three, tablet portrait, phone landscape, and phone portrait. We don't want it on the desktop, nor on the tablet landscape. But first, we style it out. Let's go to tablet portrait. Does it look okay here? Yes, because now it's only 3 columns. It looks much better. And once we go to phone landscape, it will be stacked. Does it look okay? Look at the spacing, 35 pixels. It looks fine. It's pretty big. Let's rather have a look on phone portrait. And what we can do on the phone portrait is select a column, go to size and reduce the 275 pixels to something like 200. Now I will have to go and change it for all of them because I didn't set it up at the very beginning, but at least we understand what we had to do if we wanted it to look good from the beginning. Size 200. We just quickly make these changes. One more, size 200. Good. And let's hop back to desktop. So we have this one and this one. Select the second section. Go to the settings, hide on breakpoint, hide, and we choose not on desktop and not on tablet landscape. Go to tablet landscape. You see it's hidden. This one shows. Go to tablet portrait. This one is hidden. This one shows. And that's how you set these up where you have these section challenges. Test it on the front end, and this is the important one to make sure. Control S, Command S to save. And then we reload this one. Scroll down. So this is our tablet and our phone. What we expect is to see only 3 columns, and these guys are stacked. Looks really nice. But when we go to our MacBook Air, and our desktop looks like this. What I just showed you, if you've never done this before, don't freak out. It's actually pretty common. Often when you run into creative design challenges, this is the only solution. You create something really spectacular, fancy, glamorous for your desktop, but it does not work at all in terms of your tablet and mobile device. And that's how you solve this problem. With this, I just think I quickly want to give all my sections names. Go to the structure panel on the right, select collapse. The first section, I'll double click and call it hero. The next one, double click about us. Then this is our services or whatever services. And I'll call this services 1. And I'll just say desktop. So I know the differences, and services 2. And I'll say this one is mobile. Below the services, this one that we've created, we're going to show a little bit about how we work, just to let people know that we are very industrious and we have many things going for us like KPIs. We have an accordion. Ooh, this one gave me a little bit of a challenge, but love the accordion builder. Very useful. And we're going to make it work well. I hope I remember what I had done. You can see we are going to reuse this title that we've created, how we work. 2 columns, accordion in the left, image in the right, and in the left column also a button talk with us, which is our primary button color styling. Let's do that. Select the last section we work with, click on add and section, and first we bring in our heading. Select heading, enter in the text, say how we work, Select H2 to make sure it's on H2, and then go to your design preset under designs. From the drop down, select the one we've created, minimal heading H2. Add columns. That space was locked in with the preset design, so we don't have to worry about adding space, and select 2 columns. I'll resize the column, select the first column, grab the handlebar, and I'll drag it to 60%. Images are usually easy to work with. Bring in the image on the right, type in image, and click to select it. Rather, enter to select it. Choose, and my assets folder, where is that image here? And drop it in. It's selected, choose. I'm not going to make any changes. Left-hand column, add, search accordion. And we have image accordion, advanced accordion. There's only advanced. There is no basic accordion. So select the advanced accordion, and there we have that. Content, video, text, and testimonial. These are the accordions that we'll work with. If you select it, it gives you this area inside where you can put in any element. I'll close it. I can't close it, so we have 4 here, each with their own content in. By selecting this one, my label says accordion content. Go up 1 parent, you will see it says advanced accordion. This is your parent container. From here, you can add more levels or do your styling. I think for me, what I usually do is I get rid of these 3, the video, the text, and the testimonial. I do the content one until I'm happy with it, and then I copy that so that the rest are the same. To do that, I'll go to my structure on the right. This is where the structure panel really saves me a lot of time and headache. So the accordion, this is the one. Then you see we have accordion content, another one, and another one. I'll go to the second one, click on delete, video is gone. Click on the next one, text is gone, and click on the next one, and the testimonial is gone. And we're only left with this one. Then I'll go to accordion content, select this, and you see it opens. I'll go to the heading, I'll delete that. I'll go to text, I'll delete that, and image, and now it's an empty area. In the content area, I'll bring in just plain text. Click on the plus, search for a text element, and drop it in, select it, and paste. The background is blue because that's how it's been set up in the styling area. I'll clear it out soon. Here where it says content, you'll see in the sidebar on the left, I changed that. Call it research. And it's a H3 title, which is right. Go to my styling options, the container background. I don't want the background here. I'll click on clear and it removes it. I'm happy with the padding, and with the layout, you can also set the layout inside the container. Interestingly, though, this design cannot work with this title over here. You cannot change that within this area. That is done at the parent level. Let's create a few more. I'll click again on it just to make sure I've selected accordion content, and now I will go ahead and duplicate it. The next one is called strategy. Select my text. Duplicate. This one is design. Paste my content. and one more duplication. Build and paste my content. Select any of the accordions, go one parent level up to advanced accordion, and now go to styling. Let's have a look. Container, the background, I don't want anything, and everything else here is fine. Item. Click on the icon, change the icon. I want to make it a plus. So I look here for plus, and there is a nice thin plus that I want to use. It updates the icon. And the active icon, let's say the active icon is a minus. I think that's what we do. Let's see if there is something like minus. Yes, and we use this one. So when it is open, it will be this one. And when it is active, it is the plus. Is that the case? Well, I think that didn't work perfectly, but let's see. You see, everything to me looks like minus. Let me go just have a look on the front end. I do believe I found a bug there. Save and then copy the URL. Oh, this one is already open. Let's open new tab, Control V, Command V, and just scroll down to where that is. Oh, it's a plus, good. And then when you click on it, it's a minus. For some reason in the builder, it doesn't show us that, but on the front end, no problem, good. Close this one. Go to Breakdance and let's keep on styling out. With our main accordion selected, advanced accordion, we are still busy with the item. We changed out the icon. You have a color for it, and I'll put it on my shocking peach. And then the active color, which will be the minus, I'll put it on electric blue. The size is good. Close that. Go down, Typography. Font size 48. And I'll put the weight on 400. I'm done. Let's save our work. I'll just look at the front end quickly. When you select it, you see how the plus and the minus change. What I want to do though is change the borders. I just want the line. I don't want all the borders around it. That one turned out to be a little bit tricky. So we go to bordered and we select bordered. Bottom only. Here we go. They did make provision for it. So now I select bottom only and it removes the bottoms at the top. Save. Do a quick preview just to make sure that is what I had in mind. Yes. Now it looks nice. And before we do our test with Sissy, we have to do a few more things. Let's select this, go to the parent container, and then choose the options and select accordion. And that will have an accordion function. With this selected, we add our call to action button, and then select button. Go to the top of the button and drag in some margin, which I cannot find. And if I cannot find it, I'll go to spacing and I'll say margin top. I'll put it on 75. And then the button, we'll change the text. We'll keep it on the primary button. Contact us. Or we can say projects, because check out our projects. Check out our projects. And then we can send them to our project site. Time to check for responsiveness. We have columns. So let's just go ahead to our columns quickly and lay out and stack vertically from phone landscape. Then I'll go to tablet landscape. Works for me. Let's just open it. Yep. Next one is tablet portrait. That also works. And then when we go to phone landscape, things change. How we work, research, but maybe we put the image first. Select the columns. And I'll do that here in the structure panel on the right. That makes it easier. I'll select the parent container columns, go to reverse order, and I'll say from phone landscape. So the image is first. Then when we go to phone portrait, it will be the same. Let's just see. This looks good. I think this should be fine. Now we save our work and we go test it again on the front end. Control R, Command R to reload the page. This is where we start at the top. We are so happy with this. Then created the About Us section. Ooh, we look so professional and creative. After that, we have our expertise and we set up 2 sections here that shows on some devices and other devices they don't. And then we get to how we work with a nice accordion. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at that. It looks good on the tablet. It looks good on the mobile. Oh, nice, nice. And the accordion function is what happens here. I click on research. It opens the research. When I select strategy, it closes the research and opens strategy. That is the function that we have here. I'll go to desktop, go to the main parent for advanced accordion, and I'll deselect accordion. Let's save, reload, and show you the difference in behavior. I select research, it opens up. I select strategy, it opens up. In this case, it's just a reveal. It's not accordion. Accordion, as you click on one, the other one closes. Kind of the idea of an accordion so that you can save some space. Let's do that. We activate accordion again and have a quick look as to how this looks on our desktop. Let's just quickly reload it. MacBook Air, nice, nice and clean. And this is exactly what the company is going for. And then our projects over here, when they click on it, it will take them to the projects page, which we will be making very, very soon. 2 more sections, then we are done with the home page, and we will go much quicker with the other pages because we're kind of getting behind how the building works, and we're going to use a lot of pre-made blocks and just swap out the content. We want to focus on things like the header builder, on pop-ups, and all the amazing stuff that Breakdance gives us. This is what we will be creating next. It's, again, remember, I'll say this many times, the website we are making is very creative. It's artsy. So we don't just do the normal add images that look exactly the same. We bring them in and we mess them around a little bit. I'll go ahead and copy this text already that we're going to use. And we have columns here, columns, and basically it's 2 rows. Into the builder we go. To the bottom, select the section, add section, change the color, go to background, color, and we choose platinum. Bring in our first set of columns, click on plus and columns, and this will be 2. For this one, we'll bring in an image. I'll type image, enter to drop it onto the page, choose, and drop my first image. For design, and I think we need to do it all over the page, I want to add a border radius. You're not going to see it very clearly here, but let's go to this one and just make sure that you understand the border radius. This is our previous section. With the image selected, go to the design tab and then select borders. This is where you will find the radius always. And we set it to something very small, like 3 pixels. Now let's make it more visible for the tutorial, 5 pixels. And now we have those slightly rounded corners. That's important to remember. Once you set those corners, try and keep them the same radius all over your site. It also depends on the builders. For some builders, as you scale the image, if you have 5 pixels on a big image and 5 pixels on a small image, it will look very, very different. So you have to use your eye as well for that. I won't be really able to see the border radius here. I'm still going to set it. I'll select the design and then go to borders and set the radius to 5. Can you see it? I can't see it. Bring in the text, and this is a normal text section. Select the text and paste everything. And we set it up so it can look good here. Remember, because we are using a text element, our default font is Open Sans, if I remember correctly, such a long time ago. So we go to Typography. I first changed the font family to Space Grotesque. I'm putting emphasis on the grotesque. For some reason, I'm struggling to pronounce it every time in the tutorial. Font size 24. And then the weight, I'll reduce it to 300, and line height, too much for that, 1.3. This is what we have here. Nice one. Remember again, if you want to play around with the text and see how it will balance, select the text, go to your typography, advanced, and see how it will look on balance. You see, nicely. It makes that curve at the bottom, and you can choose pretty, but I think between pretty and no wrap, there's going to be no difference. But for balance, I'm beginning to understand what balance means. It's going to add more prominence to the text at the top and the bottom and create this curve so it looks balanced, right? Guess that's why it's called balanced. We bring in the next column container. So add, and I select columns, and then below this, I will select 3 because I'm going to bring them in here. Let's add space. We know kind of that the columns gap is 35 pixels. I've talked about that previously. So I'll go to this column, margin at the top, click, hold, and drag, and also bring in 35 pixels to keep that even for us. And if I cannot get it, I may just drop it at 34 and not care. I'm going to leave it there. My brain feels like it wants to blow over. For our styling, I'll select the last column and drag it by the handle until I get to 50%. So I want to align this one with the one at the top. And again, I don't understand whoever wants to put it on 50.99. They should just give us like 50 and don't give us those. Oh, okay. So you see my brain is breaking. If this is the case with the column selected, to the options sidebar on the left, size, and simply type in and select everything 50. And I get that. Having done that, you will see that these two are not evenly spaced. And now when you go and change them, you will see again, this one will change. So the best approach is always to start with the one on the left. And even though you know the last one is 50, you'll go to this one and type in 25. Same for the next one. Oh, it is on 25. Ah, okay. So because I set this one to 50 and this one to 25, this one will be 25. Awesome. And we bring in images for all of them. Click and drop. I'll just do it very quickly for all of them. Much easier. And let's start with this image on the left. This one. Choose. Select the image. Go to design, image, and the width I will put on 80%. I'm going to reduce it. And that's how we are styling this out. Select the column and then layout for the column. You can choose actually vertical and align it to the right. Next one, choose, and we bring in the next image. And do note though, if you look at the shape of these images, it's one of the things I always advise people to do. Page builders, WordPress, they try really hard to give you all the flexible tools within the builders that you can change the image aspect ratio and the sizes. I would recommend that if you know how you want it to look on the page, format that image in a photo editor before the time so that you have it exactly at the aspect ratio that you want. So once you drop it into the page builder, you don't need to mess around with height and width. So choose this one. And as I drop it, this is what I mean. I'm not going to change anything here. I'm happy with this height. And then the last one we bring in. Once again, my library. Oh, there's one thing we need to do with these guys. And we're almost done. Having brought this one in, and this is a very good example where I will need to go and make changes. I want it bigger. I want it almost to the height of this one. For that, we go to the design options, image, and then we'll work with height. I'm going to guess here around 500. Nope, 500 is very wrong, 400. And let's go then for 350. Much better. And now, one thing we need to do is go to Object Fit and select Cover. So it stretches proportionately. Otherwise, it's that squashed, stretch, cling wrap effect that you are getting there. Next, we bring in those borders, the radius that we've done. I forgot about that. So select the first image, go to borders, and add radius 5 pixels. Same for the next one. 5 pixels. And for the last one, where are we? Borders and 5 pixels. We build out the section quick. Go to our responsive view, tablet design. Oh yes, we're back to our good friend columns. Select the first column's parent container, go to layout, and we say stack vertically from phone landscape, and we do the same for the one below. Stack vertically, phone landscape. Back to tablet landscape. Yep, we're happy. Tablet portrait. We're going to make it work on tablet portrait, and we'll check it soon on the front end. Phone landscape, it's going to be stacked. And I'm thinking this looks a little bit weird, but on the other hand, again, the purpose of our website is to showcase our work. We are creative. The problem here, though, is that I will think this doesn't look good. So we select this image, go to height, and I'll put it on 250, and it looks better. That we want to keep. We want them to see the whole section that we have created here. I think very important that we go and have a look again on the front end. Remember to save. That's Control S, Command S. I'll go to my developers app. Control R, Command R to reload my page. We scroll to the bottom. And that is why we do what we do. We see here on the iPad Pro, this image also cuts off like that. Jump back. Let's put it on tablet portrait. Select the image and we do the same height. Let's give it 250 pixels. Now, once you do it on a higher level, you have to come to phone landscape and check again also on phone portrait just to make sure that it didn't affect those and cascade down. Cascade. I keep forgetting to use this word. It cascades down. Beautiful word. Right. Let's just make sure that it did cascade down. Control R, Command R, reload everything. Good. While I was taking a break between the two videos, I went and did a little bit of research in terms of developers app like I'm using here, Sizzy. If there is a free alternative to it, and I found one, and it's called responsively.app. Let me open it, and I'll put the link for you in the description below. This is a simple one. You download it, and it will basically open with the 3 devices, iPhone 12, iPad, and MacBook Pro. Then you just paste your URL in it, and there we get the same experience. I will also make a full tutorial on this app so that you can see where to download it, how to install it, and how to set it up so that at a minimum, you don't have to go every time to the front end in your browser, hit the function key F12, go through that. You just have this app which you can switch between. It comes in by default with these 3 as I mentioned, but I added the Galaxy S24. It's something else I also went and checked, and that is this 360 pixel screen. I'm always confused why this one keeps popping up, but why page builders actually don't really prepare for this one. It's usually not a breakpoint. And it's all got to do with iPhone. iPhone doesn't go that low. This is kind of where iPhone stops at 390. So for the world of the iPhone users in iOS, they don't know about the world of Android, and that so many devices on Android, which will be the Galaxy, has this 360. And that is a problem. A lot of the heading text that sometimes run across the screen will break into more lines when it goes to the 360. It's important that you really go and check that. We can go through it. I think everything should look fine. And this is again responsively app. Check out. Oh, nice. Yeah, it looks good. It's totally different approach to Sizzy, but it's exactly the same thing. You get a true display as to how your website will look on different devices. Great. So check out for that one. I'm going to stick with Sizzy. I started with Sizzy, but responsively app. Great little app for free completely. And if you like it so much, you can sponsor them, give them a little something for their hard work in the world of open source. That there brings us to the end of this section, which is our gallery section. Let's go to the desktop and we add one more section on this page, and that is a call to action section. Select the last section, add section. Change the color, go to background. We go for our electric blue. Yes, call to action. This one really shouts at you. Click on the plus, bring in a heading. Click on the heading and first put it on an H2. Let's change the color so we can see it better. Typography, and the color is white. I'll select it, got a project in mind. Go to add, bring in a button. add space between the project title, and we can put that on 35 again. And to center align all of this, select the section, layout, make sure it's vertically aligned, and then go to alignment to the middle or set to vertical. Add more padding at the top and the bottom to really focus the attention on what's going on with the title and the call to action. I can drag on the page, but in this case, I'll select the section, go to spacing, at the top, 150, and at the bottom, 150. Just a little bit more space than what there was at the beginning. And that's what we have to do for desktop, tablet. Good. Tablet portrait breaks into 2 lines. We love it. It works here. Phone landscape. I'm wondering for this one, can we break it into 2 lines? It's okay. Phone portrait definitely will break into 2 lines. Almost nothing. That was one of the easiest blocks we've done. And if you know what you're up to, you can do it in less than a minute. But as always, I'm going to view it on the front end and save my work first. And by front end, I mean this guy, Sissy. I'll reload the page and then just scroll down and we look at our tablet, we look at our mobile device, and they look good. I think since I mentioned the Samsung and the 360 pixels, it's also important that I bring it in here. So let me go ahead and do that. I had the Galaxy S20 Ultra, and then I'm just going to drag that to the top. Right. And let's scroll down to, that's 412. So let me remove this. Why did I think that was also 360? More devices. And then we find our Galaxy S. Anything with a 360. It doesn't have to be one of the latest. You see, we do not even have S22, but here is the Galaxy S20. I'm talking mobile devices. Nobody cares, but we do care. And I'll click and drag it again to the very top. Now you can see we have 360. And that will give us that very narrow experience. And here you can see this is what happens on a 360 device. We have another line. And there, those decisions as to do you want to keep this or do you want to go make it smaller? We can talk about breakpoints at a later point. But for now, I just want to stick to the responsive options we have within Breakdance. And we go to the bottom and our call to action. Boom! We are done with our homepage. Lovely. Let's work on the About Us page. Go to the top where we started with the quick navigation, and you will note that we have the About Us page here. We set it up at the very beginning, and if it appears here like this, it means that we can work on it. If you don't see it here and you have created, what you need to do, click on the X at the top right corner and select Exit to WordPress. And then go back here and select back to Pages, and then here you have About. And you will note that even for the projects and contact, this title Breakdance doesn't appear there. So it's a little bit weird. There's great opportunity here to make this quick navigation better so we can create these pages. So for good measure, just to make sure that everything is honky-dory, I'll go to my About, and if you see this option, Edit and Breakdance, you're all good to go. I'll click on Edit and Breakdance, and it opens the About section for us. Select Section and change the background color. We go to Background, and this one will also be Platinum. The header and footer and all that navigation will come soon, but we'll build out our pages first so that we have something to work with. Bring in my heading, and as this is my page heading, I'll leave it on H1 and I'll select everything and say About Us. Yo, that is big. So maybe let's just go for H2. That's also fine. Below this, we bring in columns, add, select columns, drop the columns. 3 columns we'll put in counter elements here with some text. Click on the plus and look for counter. And a simple counter will suffice. Let's see how the counter works. Select the counter. We have all that we need here on the left. Title is the years we are in business. So we will have years in business. Then the prefix, we don't have. Suffix, no. And we're going to start at 0 and we're going to end at 12. 12 years in business. And I don't want a full second. 1000 milliseconds is a full second. I want half of that, half a second. So that's 500 milliseconds. A little bit quicker. We don't want people to age while they are looking at our counter. Enough that we've done here. And the next thing we do is go and design and make the style different. So we have typography in the wrapper. Wrapper is that nice word for container. So we select that first. And the first thing I'll do is clear out the background. I, in fact, don't want the background. The width, I'm good with that. But let's align our content to the left. Good. It comes in nicely. Nothing else I have to do. So I'll go to typography. First, the number. I'll change the color. And I'll go for charcoal in this instance. Size is good, but I want to change the font weight to 400. Close, select title, and change the color also to charcoal. I do want this left side to be flushed so that the 12 and years in business is aligned under the about. So I want to remove this negative space. Let me just see spacing. Wrapper, we have margin top and margin bottom. For that, I believe we need to go back to the wrapper. Padding, here we go. And there is our padding. And I'll just remove the padding on the left, right? There we go. Put it on 0. Everything is good. I've done all of this. I will duplicate it now and just drag it into these, but I'm not going to change the content. And the reason I'm not changing the content, I first want to see how this will look on tablet. So we know, let's go to our columns, main container layout, and we're only going to stack it vertically from phone portrait. Maybe not even then. We'll see when we get there. Go back to tablet landscape. Good. Tablet portrait. Yes. Tablet phone landscape. I'm going to reduce things here. And the reason why is, let me just check tablet portrait. Yeah, that's fine. The reason I'm going to reduce it because I know I'm going to put in bigger numbers and that will not look good on this device. Select it, close the wrapper, go to typography, number, and our font size. For our number, we will put that on 48. And then we go to our title and we put our font size on 14. Great. Don't change these. We'll go back to the top. We'll delete everything. That's how we do it. So I'll go and click on this one. Simple counter, right click, delete, and this one, right click, delete. Now I'll do this again. These are the things that we just do. Actually, we can create a preset, but for now, we just do it the old-fashioned way, the hard way, where we sweat. Let's change this to 40 plus members. Now, how do I get that plus in there? Go to our content section, which is always on the left. First, we change title to members. We change our end to 40. And then we add a suffix, which means after. And we add a plus. And now it will look like this. Next one is 300 plus projects completed. Projects, and we do the same. Suffix is a plus. And then we say, well, projects. Yeah, projects. 300. Where's my 300? Getting lost here. And 300. Before we continue, I want to make sure that we have enough space on the other devices. You can see why I did this. This one is stacking, and I totally forgot about this. So let's style this one out while I'm here. I'll select the main parent container, columns, go to spacing, column gap, 0, column padding, 0, container, margin top, 0, and bottom margin, 0. Then I will go to the columns, select the first counter. And this is, again, those kind of things I had to do at the beginning. Wrapper, padding, and I'll say apply all, and I'll type in 0. You see, there we go. Do the same for this one. select wrapper, yo man. Padding, type in 0, apply all, and same for the last one. Select it, go to design, wrapper, select it, padding, select apply all, and 0. That's what we do. And we go back to the desktop. Finally, we add some text below this. With your section selected, add, and I just look for the text element. Paste. Design options, size, percentage, 60. Typography, font size, 24. Line height, 1.5. 24, maybe a little big. Let's go to 20. Check for responsiveness. Over here, select the text, our width, can put it on percentage. Let's increase it to 80. Next one is phone landscape. And then finally, phone portrait. Here we will make a few changes. Select the text, go to font size, drop it to 18. Go to the width of the container, which is undersize, put it on percentage, and make it 100. Save. And check. Control R, Command R. And now I need to go to my About page, which I don't have navigation for yet. Quickly, we go into Builder and click on the X, copy URL, go back to Sizzy and paste the new URL. I could have just typed About there at the top. Perfect. And it looks good on the smaller devices as well. This next section is just a design section where we add some images. Select section, add section. We bring in 2 columns, select columns, and select the 2. An image on the left. Choose. Choose. With the image selected, we add the same border, radius, 5 pixels. And then image on the right, select, image, choose, and bring in our second image over here. And because I set up these images beforehand in this aspect ratio, this is how they will look on the page, and this is what I want. With the second image selected, go to Design, Borders, and the same 5 pixels radius. That's the section. Very nice. We did it in record time, except there is that columns again. And I think it's at this point. Let me select the columns. Columns, layout, stack vertically, and I'll say on phone landscape. Have a look. Yes. Tablet. On landscape. And phone portrait. Save. And a quick look on the front end. Scroll down. And as we expected. Third section is going to talk about our core values. It's a good idea to have things like this on your page. It is, after all, an About Us page. Add a new section. And the first thing we will do is bring in our heading. So I'll type in heading, click, and we type in their core values. But remember, this is H2. You have to go and do that. Below this, bring in for us columns again. And I'll work on 3 columns. First one, click and bring in a heading. Select the heading and let's make it H3. But this is too big for H3. Go to our styling, size, typography, 36. Below this, we just add a normal text. Let me bring in the content. This one is innovation. Paste this. Content. Click on the columns parent container. Drag in 75 pixels there to keep things consistent to other places on our website. Go to this column, select, and we style it. First, we do the layout. We keep it vertical, but we align it to the middle just to make sure. Then we go to spacing and we add 35 pixels all around. Select Apply All. go to Innovation and drag in about 20 pixels. There. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and duplicate this column twice and then delete these two columns. Don't change out the content yet. We want to make sure that it first looks good on tablet. Select the parent container, go to Layout, Stack Vertically, and I will say on Phone Landscape. Tablet, good. Tablet Portrait. Let's change the heading. First, the heading. We go to font size and put it on 24. And for the text, we drop that down to text. Drop that down to 15, and let's change the line height to 1.4. And then for phone, we'll keep that, but over here, let's select the column and remove the padding at the top and bottom. So we go to padding, top 0, bottom 0. There will still be space here, and that will be the gap. We'll also remove the padding on the left because we don't want the core values to sit here on the left and then this indent. So we remove the padding on the left and add a little bit more padding on the right to push in this text, 100 pixels. Jump to the top, desktop. We delete these two columns. Remember, this is how we do it. And then add, then duplicate these two columns. Quality. User-centric design, and I think it's going to break into two lines. I don't want to. So user design, I'll just put that there. Should make it smaller, but I'm not going to. Yeah, okay. Select the main parent container, duplicate, and reduce that space. Before I make changes, remember, we're going to check quickly on tablet landscape. Tablet portrait, phone landscape. Over here, let's just select this one and drag in space. Well, is that also 34, 35? So, yes, and then for phone portrait. And change out the content. Collaboration. Collaboration. Did I say that? Nope. Control V. Next is integrity. And then the last one, growth. Quick. Let's save and go view it on the front end. Control R, Command R. Core values. Perfect. Easy one. Nice, clean layout. This is why I'm always a big supporter of why you should go for minimal design. This looks immediately professional. This looks good on any device, and you did minimum work here. It's once you start to go fancy that people actually lose the focus, right? You want to get them into the core values. Adding all kinds of bling to it is totally unnecessary. The furthest I will go here is maybe to add an icon on top or on the side to symbolize your core value. But no need. You can see here, no need. We're on a roll, so we go to the next section. Click on Add and Section. Bring in columns, 2 columns, and click on the first column and drag it to 40%. As I said before, if you cannot get it to 40%, select the column. In the options panel on the left, go to size and just select everything and type in 40. Much easier. Doesn't give me that ice cream brain headache it often does. Bring in a heading. And this one is how we turn ideas into impactful solutions. First, put it on H2. How we turn ideas into this is too big, right? Impactful solutions. And there you know, this is just way too big. So we go to size, not size, typography. And from here, font size, let's go for 64. I like that. One thing I want to change here, put it on black to make sure it's on black. And then for our font weight, let's also put it on 300. Add some subtext there, literal subtext. Add I type in subtext and select that and paste my text. Give spacing, select any of the containers and drag in about 35. Let's go for 35 and be consistent. And then finally, we bring in a call to action, which is a button. And the button comes in with the primary setting. I like that. So let's drag some space here and we'll give it double the 35, which is around 70 or 75, which isn't double, 74. I think I'll reduce this space here at the top a little bit, just 20. That's a quick one. While I'm here, I'll select the main columns container. I'm getting good at this. Go to layout, stack vertically, and I'll say phone landscape. I think at that point, it's going to get very cramped. Over here, we're going to work with something that is a very big feature in the world of creating websites and an element close to everyone's heart because it's a standard, it's a staple. It's the icon box. That's just because it's so convenient and we use icon boxes almost all the time. Select on the plus and look for the icon, and then you'll see icon box. There's a few ones that you can choose from, but we'll work with the icon box. Let's change a little bit of the content first. I'll go to the title, and that all happens here on the left. So the first thing, let's select the title. This one is called Discover and Prioritize and Strategize. And then for the text, post my text here. And strangely, you can see that I have all this space in my column left, but my icon box does not fill it up. Let's fix that. Select the icon box, go to the Design tab, and you will see next to the container, there's a little dot. That tells us they've made changes to it. Those little rascals. Select it, and we see that Breakdance theme locked in the width at 500 pixels. I'll just remove that completely, and now the container will stretch to whichever parent container it is in. In this case, it's a column container. While I'm here, I'll add some padding of 50 pixels all around. Let's go to borders and make sure our radius, they put in 1 of 4. I'll just make it 5. Close, and let's work and finalize the content. Icon. I'm going to choose my own icon, and we do that by clicking on Upload. If you want to know more about icons, I think I have a tutorial, but I'll do one soon again about that to get online icons that you can use. I like to use my own. I click on Upload. Once this opens, you can search in the icons for those that you like, but always bringing in custom icons is incredibly awesome, and it makes your customers very happy. Even if it's a website for your little sister's crayon class, they'll be very happy with those custom icons. Bring in my custom icon, which is a SVG, and I'll just drag it here. And the next thing I have to do is create a list. I will call this My Icons. Very original. And select Save Icons. And with that, you will see here as an option, My Icons, and it appears here. Select. We'll style that out soon. Let's finish everything here under the content area. I'm going to remove the button. Icon box, I don't want the button at this stage. In fact, I don't want this section to be linked or clickable in any way. And this is where you enter all your content in this first panel and then go ahead and do all the styling. Go to icon. You will see we have top, left, right. We stick to top. Go to style, color, and charcoal or carbon black. Okay, carbon black it is. Style. This is what I would have done here. First, select none. I don't want any borders. I don't want any background. And then from size, let's go for 36. Not too big. The radius, you can put it on 0 as well because you have no style, so you have no radius. Just clear them out. Let's make that a tad bigger, 40 pixels. Close up. Typography is next. The title is too big. Let's adjust that. Font size 30. Close up. The last thing we do is change the color of this box. Go to container, background, select, and we put it on this platinum teal, one of our light colors. I can see that there is a shadow applied. Do I want to keep it or remove it? Let's go to borders. That's usually where the shadow is down here. I'll click on the delete option or reset option next to shadow, and the shadow is gone. Select the icon box and duplicate it once. Go to the next one, drag in 35 pixels there, or 30, and then duplicate the second one because that will add the 30 pixels by default. The icon box is stretching all the way in the column. If we duplicate it, it just drops that next icon box below it. So we don't have to bring in more columns or set up any other settings. Have a look on tablet. I like this layout, but this space, oh, the button is below here. No. Let's go back. How did that happen? I don't know. When did I do that? Click and drag the button in there. Somewhere I messed up. I don't even know when I did that. Go back to tablet landscape. Yep. Them scrolling down is okay. Tablet portrait. Ooh, changed here. Let's select our typography. Font size, bring it down significantly to 48. Looks good though. Phone landscape. Click here. Let's reduce the width. Put it on also 20. Select the first icon box and I'm going to reduce the padding to 10. Apply all. Let me see how that looks. It's a little cramped. Let's make it 15. And select again, apply all. Don't worry about the guys below. We will fix that when we go back to the desktop, and it looks good here. I said we'll fix, let's do it again. So now I have to delete these two because we only applied the setting to the first one. So we select the icon box, bring in that margin again, and duplicate. And now we just change out the content. First, let's change the color background, go to design, container, color, and we choose the next one. And the content is done in the first panel. First is the next icon. So let's go on upload. And this time I'll bring in both these icons that I still want to work with and drag them in at the same time. Select here my icons to make sure they go into my icons folder and save icons. My icons, I'll select the square, drops in the square, title, design and develop, text. Next icon box, let's change the color, container. This one is white smoke. No, parchment sun. No, white smoke. White smoke it is. Back to the icon box, choose my icons and then the triangle. For the content, it's lounge, and optimize, and then for the text, paste our text. Have a look. Tablet. Think this is too big? We have all that space. Why not? Phone landscape. A lot of white space there. I think I need a little space here below that just to give more separation. And then the phone portrait, and that space will be there. Let me just click outside. Okay. Good. Save our work. What does Sissy say? Control R, Command R to refresh. Reload, refresh. We had the core values. We were so impressed. And then we started with how we turn ideas into impactful solution. And they work for us. Great. That was also very quick, but we're getting good with breakdowns now. Next one up is our team section. I'm going to use a pre-made team section. And though pre-mades have such tremendous advantages in terms of you don't have to think how you design things, they come with their own set of problems. And that is when you try to bring that preset design to your site and make changes, you don't always know what the developer and designer did when they set it up. And that can be quite a headache. Select Add, go to Library, and select at the top design set Samba. I think this is the one. And we look for a tab with the name Team. Here we go, select Team. And All we do is we scroll through these presets, which I really like. We're going to use this one, but just to show you the rest. All these good-looking, happy people. Right? And then we go to this one, Meet Our Leadership. To bring it in, click on Add to Page. Whoa, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't look good. In fact, it's horrendous. You can't work with this. And this is a difficult one because often starting from fresh and just doing it by yourself may save you so much time instead of using a pre-made design and then having to go and make those changes. Ultimately, I will need to go and delete most of these and do first one design and set it up and then copy it. Let's take baby steps. Section first, change the background and we put it on our platinum. Then we go to the first column, go to our styling, let's go to Typography, let's change the color and we put it on carbon black. And then we change the font size, let's try 56. This is a text element, you can add something here. Select the main container and we see this is columns. We can go here to the structure on the right. And within this section, below it, note that we have 3 columns. The first column is this one, the second one, and the third one. If we select the first one, this is an image box, similar to the icon box that we used previously, the image box here. Go to Add and look for Image, and there's the image box. In this case, I'll click, hold, and I'll drag it, and I'll put it above Benjamin Russell. And I'll drop it there. So we can work with the image box from scratch. So in short, we brought in this great template that we got in the design library, and we actually ended up not using it at all. But what did it do? It did give us inspiration for how this section should look. So not all is lost. We bring in our image first. And I'll grab all my images. There are 6 of these people, and I'll drag them in. And then I'll select this lady over here as she is the one in charge. Click her first. Title is Elizabeth White. Elizabeth White, and she is social media specialist. Oh, and she's in charge? Okay, I guess so. That's what I make up. No button, same like the other one. Take it away. Title tag, we're going to put that on H3 because we have a H2 over here. Then we go style it out. And we start first with the image. And the reason for that is I want the image on the left. So I'll select on the left. What happened to the image? I'm going to give it a pixel value. I'll type in 64. Still, where is my image? And let's go and change the typography. So Elizabeth White is the title. I'll keep it on the color. And then I will say the font size is 48. And things start to look better. But to make the image bigger, let's drop that font size to 30. The text below it, color, carbon black. Font family, we put it also on Space Grotesque. Put it on 16, and I'll change the font weight to 300. Let's jump back to image. Let's see if we put it on percentage. Oh, we can squeeze it a little bit. Let's make it smaller, 50%. And then we go to borders, go to radius, put it on percentage, and type in 100, and that gives us the circle. Now let's go to the container, and things will look much better after this. The content is right. The width, I wonder we can just remove the width. We don't need the width. The background, we don't need a background. We want the page background. Borders, we don't need. And the padding, let's remove that as well. In fact, I removed the padding, but I think there is still padding. We have to actually type in 0 and select apply to all. Only then do we get this. And now we've styled it out. This is what I had in mind, and it works. Trust me, if you had to take these guys and get to that point, it would have taken us 10 times as long to figure out what has been changed, remove it, and bring in new things. Just work with the image box from scratch. Go ahead and duplicate it 2 times. And now I want to just go ahead and delete these unnecessary ones. add gap between the elements in the column by selecting the column container, go to Layout and Gap, bring in 50. With that, we go and have a look on tablet. Right? Forget the guys on the right. We'll take care of them now. This one, no, I also still want it. So let's go to the top, landscape, select the parent container, and we say layout, vertical on tablet, phone landscape. Let's see if we can make that work. Tablet portrait. What's going on here? Let's select the first column, go to layout, put it on the left, put it at the top, select our heading, font size, drop it down to 48, still in the box, so we go for 36. Maybe we can get away with that, so I'm not going to make changes here. Then next is phone landscape. I think the box is too big here. Select the image box. We go to container width. I'll put it on percentage and let's shrink it to 80%. And then we align everything in the column. So we go up one column to the left. And then we have to go and duplicate that one again. With all of that done, wait, I didn't do phone portrait. It looks okay. I did. With all of that done, go ahead and delete these. Select this one, duplicate it. And now go ahead to the column, duplicate the column, next column, and delete. Whew, it looks like a mess. And then you get here and suddenly it just works. Phone landscape, tablet portrait, phone, and phone portrait. And this, of course, is a little bit weird with the same person appearing 6 times. I'm going to switch out the content quickly. This one, choose Emily Davis. I'm just choosing Emily Davis. Emily Davis, Operations Manager. David Brown. Graphic Specialist. Image first. Tony. One. Tony Guy. Environment. I'm not being serious here. Who didn't we take yet? This one? Jenny Wilson. Hairstylist. Of course, this doesn't make sense. We're busy with a web design. And then the final one. This one? I think so. Karen the Second Smith. Let's give her a real title. Printer Engineer. That's not real either. I just made it up. With our team section finished, we quickly have a look again. You have a little bit of spacing issues here because they don't break. And I have to be, but on these devices, it will look good. And the way you solve this is by giving the container a set height. So if I go to the image box here and I look at height, I can type in, let's go for 200. 200 is too much, so we go for 150. 150 is perfect. And then you set that up and you go for each of the image boxes and you give them a set height. You lock that height in. And we did it earlier, but I was hoping to get away with it. The moment you work with names and you have long names and the short names, this is always going to be an issue that you will have to look at container. Height 150 pixels. But it's important. These are the small things that matter at the end that makes you stand out from the person, which I almost was, who just say, who will notice 150? And the problem we have now is you go to phone landscape, it's also going to be 150. It inherits it from the top. So remember that if you don't like that, you reduce it. What we can do here is we go to the column, we go to the gap, and we put it on 0. And now we reduce actually that extra space that we've added. With all of this that we've done, we go and view it on the front end because that is where we pass or we fail. So core values, it goes back to core values. Then we go and here's our team. Ooh, nice. It works very well for us. Too much space there. Oh, I didn't change anything here. Should have done that as well. Let me just go and do that. What did we do? And that was on phone landscape, right? Click on the second one. Columns, layout, gap, 0. Now we have these two the same. There will still be space here. And save. Good enough. No, good. One more section for this page, then we're done. Let's save. Make sure that you've saved. Control S, Command S. We will add below this another call to action section. Remember, we created a call to action section on our home page. Navigate to the home page, go to editing page at the top with the quick navigator, select home. And it's going to load the home page right here. You don't have to exit to WordPress. That is just brilliant. What happened to the overlay? Don't worry about this. It's a glitch in Breakdance. I think if I refresh the page, the overlay will be back. Yes, it's something in Breakdance that I found that happens. Go to the bottom and we created this. Now, good advice for graphic design is you need to have repeat elements, repeat graphics across your site. And that's how you really bring in your brand and you establish good consistency throughout your website. Let's use this, but let's change the color. Go back to our About page. And the question we face here is, can I use that section as is? Can I just put the section here at the bottom without having to do it all from the beginning? And the answer is yes, and Breakdance has a great way of doing that. In other page builders, you have to go to the original section, that electric blue one, and you have to save it. And then once you've saved it, you can load it here. But Breakdance works very differently in that aspect with a very nice way of doing it. Select the last section on the page, then go to Add in the top left corner, Library. Design set at the top, select this website. And that is your website. Look here. There are the pages that you've created. So you select Home, which is already loaded. And now you'll see all your sections appear here, just like the pre-made designs. Now, all I need to do is go and select Add to Page. And there we go. A true copy. And it's independent. So it's not connected to the one on your home page. You can make some changes here to make it still unique, but at the same time, still keep the whole design. Change the text to "We are hiring." Click on the background and change it to our shocking peach. Select the button, design, button, and now we select the secondary option, which we styled eons ago. Change out the text, I'll select and apply here. Here is the great thing. Because you and I worked on this one on the home page, we set it up to be perfect on all the other devices and look good. You don't even have to go check actually whether it will look good on your different devices. We'll save it, but now with our page completely done, we can just do a quick review from the top to the bottom. Come on, go up. There we go. It starts here at the top. Nice layout. We add a little bit of flair to our design agency. Scroll down. Then we have our core values because we want people to know who we are. And then we have more about who we are and what we do. The team here, give it some social proof. And then this call to action section at the bottom. Later on, we will put it here. We're hiring, apply here. I don't think we're going to design this page. So apply here, we can link that to our final contact page, and that will help to channel them to that direction. That brings us to the end of the About Us page. Brilliant work here. As always, I will say it a million times, just make sure you save before you do anything else. Then next we're going to tackle the projects page, which is going to be very quickly done as well. We're gaining momentum, and that's why the next page, the projects page, you will see will probably go even quicker. Welcome back to Websites for Beginners. A reminder, my name is JP, and this is Module 2, where we build out a multi-page for Breakdance Builder. Before we work with the header, the footer, the menu builder, navigation, we are going to work on the contact page, and in this case, the projects page. This is what we have, page title at the top, then we'll display some of our work here. This is what we've got. We've got a page title section. This kind of section in the olden days, 5-10 years ago, was very standard on every page across every website on the internet, and it still does serve a purpose. For our site, we're just going to do it one time. Below this, our projects that we've worked on with information in the small right-hand column as to where it was and a link to that project. Another one, third one, and then at the bottom, a global block. I'll tell you more about that when we get there. Let's skedaddle over back into Breakdance, and we begin with our new page. And that page is our projects page. Same thing like last time, just to be on the safe side, we exit back to WordPress, click in the top right corner, click top left to view pages, and then projects. Select edit in Breakdance. Section 1 is the page section, very easy one. Record time, click section, change the background. We put it on pure black. Bring in a heading. Change the color so we can see what's going on. And we put that on white. Select our work, and this is H1, but we can make sure by going to tags and put it on H1. Next, button. Go to design, preset, outline design. We're going to use that one. Click on our heading and drag some space. We are done. Now we change the text, hire us, and you can make some styling changes here if you want to. Have a look on tablet landscape, tablet portrait, phone landscape, and phone portrait. And the text automatically resize here. And that is because we set it up in global typography. Even though we use the ratio setting for that, we said that the moment you get to phone, we want to use a smaller ratio of 1.25. Do you remember? We had it at 1.5, but we used the 1.25 for the phone landscape and the phone portrait. It's done. Save our work, Control-S, Command-S, and let's copy the URL so we can start this up in our front page view. And we are ready to go for the second section. We have 3 projects that we are going to showcase here, but we're going to put them in different sections, but I'm going to handle them in one video because all we do for the second and third project is to duplicate that section and just change out the content. Let's start with a new section, click Add and Section. We bring in an image. It's going to be a big image. So we don't need to put that in a container. Click on Choose. And these are my projects, 1, 2, and 3. I'll select all 3 of them, drag them in, and select the first one and choose. We want to make sure that our styling is consistent across the website with the image selected, design, borders, and give the corners, the border radius, 5 pixels. Select Add, Columns, select 2. Select the first column, go to size, it's set to 50%. I'll put it on 75%. Now when you select the column on the right, go to size, you will see it automatically resized to 25%. Select the parent container. I'll click here between the 2 columns and that will give me the parent columns container. I'll drag in 35 pixels to give us the white space we need here. Bring in our heading, which will be our H2. I'll select H2, paste website redesign for artworks. Click Add to bring in our text. Below this, Paste my text. Go to design for the text, typography, color. I'll reduce it to charcoal just to give a little bit of contrast, and add again spacing, this time just around 20. A little bit of separation. Now, every time I talk about separation, when it comes to text, it just makes things easier to see on the page. Select the text element again. Go to typography under design and select advanced. Here is a good opportunity to see how the text will look with balance and pretty. I select pretty, nothing happens. Balance gives me that. It just creates a balance without me having to do anything. On the right, bring in a text element, text, drop it in, and I'll paste my information here. Align this text to the right. We go to design, typography, and alignment to the right. Below this, call to action, add button. I'll change the text for button as a view project. Add space between these two, also around 20. And now, to get the button to go to the right, we need to select the parent container, which is the column. Layout, make sure it is on vertical, and then align to the right. To get the content in the column to be at the bottom of the column, in this same layout section, go to vertical alignment and put it at the bottom. Select the columns container, go to layout, and we again go to stack vertically, and I'll say vertically from phone landscape. Then next we do our responsive design, tablet. Change the text size here. Go to design, typography. Let's see what works here. 56. 56 works. I think with this, we can also go to advanced and put it on balance. It's going to give us that same effect. Beautiful. I did so little, right? Next one is tablet portrait. It also works. Select the text element in the right-hand column. We need to reduce the text size here. 12. 12 is really small, but this is for design purposes. No, not so much for reading. And it looks good on this design. Remember what we did with the heading here. Now when we go to phone landscape, it keeps that setting that we had changed. So it doesn't respond now to how we set it up in the global settings. We have to make a change here. So the font size I'll reduce to 36. I like that this is here on the right. It gives me that balance, but I'm going to increase the text size on 14. And one more phone portrait. Beautiful. Before I copy this and then bring in the second and third project, we have to go look at it on the front. I think that is a good rule to follow. The moment you know you're going to reuse or copy anything that you've designed, first go and check and make sure that it's perfect on mobile and tablet displays. And only once you are truly satisfied with that, you can start making those copies. Control S, Command S into CC, and then we hit refresh. Okay, yes, I have no problem with it. See, this looks good. Really, really good. Let's have a look at the bottom just to see how it looks on the other devices. And as I mentioned, if you did this properly within the builder, you don't have to worry about the MacBook Air or the desktop. They are going to make you super happy. You always have to come and look at these. By the way, if you hear a strange sound in the background, it's raining cats and dogs here at the moment. And unfortunately, I cannot stop. We need the rain just like we need the petrol, but we need the rain more. It's been a very, very dry summer here in the south. Let's continue, and I hope my editing software afterwards can clean it up very nicely. Apologies for that, but let it rain. Back in Breakdance, select a section and select duplicate. Go to the next section. We switch out the image first. Choose the next image, choose. And then all I need to do is switch out my content. First the heading title, then the text below, and a backspace, don't need those enters at the bottom. The little blurb on the right, select this text, paste. We're done. Click on the section again, go to the duplicate option here in the top left. Scroll down, the third one, image, choose. Select. Heading text. I'll paste my heading text and back. Click on the text below that, select, paste. One back, check out, good. And the final one, the info on the right. Select all and paste my new text. If you were to come to my website, you would think, wow, this is the part that I really spent a lot of time on. And look at that, actually minimal time. Let's save, and we are done here. The last section is the repeat of the call to action that we have on the home page. Let's navigate to the home page. Remember how to do that. Quick navigation here on the top. Select, go to home, and it opens it up for us. But this time, I want to do something different. And you see again, overlay is not here. If that happens, reload the page. Scroll to the bottom. I want to bring in this block. But what I want to do is I want to create this exact block on my projects page, but I want to link these two. The reason I want to link them for the future, in the event where I want to make a change to one of these, I want it to sync and update the other one automatically. That is the purpose of a global block. Let's do that, then we make a change so you can see how it works. But first, we need to create a global block. To start that, you have to go to the block which you want to use for the original design, which is this one on our home page. So you navigate to the home page like we did with the quick navigation in the top, go to this block and right-click on it. Once you right-click on the entire section, you get the option here, Save as Global Block. Select that. It's going to ask you to give it a name. We'll say it's CTA project. So every time I want to talk about a project, this will be the call to action that I will use. And save. Now something weird happens. If I go and I click on this global block, or this block that I just turned into a global block, you will see that my settings disappear here on the left. This block is now, in a way, removed from the page and it's stored in templates. So if you want to edit it, it actually happens over there. And this is actually just a global block on the page. Mind burn, but I'll show you how to do that. So leave everything here. Don't worry what happened here in the properties panel on the left. Let's navigate over with the quick navigation at the top back to the projects page. Ooh, unsaved. No, we have to save first. Definitely. Save our page and then we navigate to projects. Scroll to the bottom where we want to bring in that global block. I'll select the last section. Go to Add and search for Global Block. There is an element actually called Global Block. Click on it, and what we see is nothing special. But more importantly, you can see that this global block is within this section. It's not within a section. We'll fix that now. Then go to the drop-down in the Properties panel on the left. Click on it, and there appears the global block we've just created, the call to action project, and select. Now it will generate within this global block, but it's not in the section or a section like we would like it to be. To get this to be a section by itself, we go to the structure panel, click on the global block, and drag it to the left. Just that can be independent section, but it can also be within a section. And now we've created this global block. Brilliant. These two global blocks, the one on my home page and this one on the projects page, is now forever linked unless I unlink them, which I am not going to do. Save, Control S, Command S. Go to quick navigation at the top and select, and notice that the global block appears here now as well. The reason is whenever you want to make changes to this one, go to the CTA project and select it. And it will open just this section, this block that we had turned into a global block. It's almost like a page template all by itself, and we can make changes. So, for example, let's click on the section. We make a big change here. Let's go to background, and we turn our background into a gradient. We choose one gradient. Is our electric blue. And the other gradient, we choose a black like this. Let's put something like over there. Let me just make that pure black. And now we've made a big change to this. We can actually add another gradient stop. Go to the gradient bar here. I'll drag this one a little bit in. And as I hover to the right, you see there's a plus next to my arrow, my cursor. Select, and it creates a second one. Select that, and I'll turn it into blue. And now I've created this type of gradient. Nice little effect. I can even drag the two blue ones a little bit more closer. Very nice little function that we've done here. Save. And we navigate away back to our home page first. And we reload the page. Oh, there it did it. Okay. I just reload. Scroll to the bottom. And it has updated to that new setting we have applied to the gradient. Then over to our projects page. And because these two blocks are linked, you can see it's updated. Just remember the one that we created on the About Us page. We just copied it and then we changed the color. We didn't link it. So that one, nothing will happen to it. If you go to the bottom, still the same. To finish up this one for our projects page, let's navigate back to projects. And just say thank you very much for all the hard work. Save our work. No need to save. And have a final view on the front end. Our projects. Second one. Come on, scroll. Projects. Second project. Third project. And then the global block. Not a good design. The original one is better. At least it gives us an idea of what the global block is all about. Let's do the last page. Exit to WordPress, top right corner, close and select Exit to WordPress. And let's go into our contact page. Select View Pages, top left corner. And there's the contact. And see, I've created it, but we haven't yet edited in Breakdance. To do that, click on Contact. And then within the WordPress editor, go to the top where the yellow Edit in Breakdance is, and now we'll be able to access it. This page is entirely built on pre-made blocks or sections. And now I'm going to also show you a little trick as to using these pre-made blocks and finding out what the Breakdance team had changed so that you can easily make changes if you want to do design and layout changes. Let's have a look again at that design set. Top left corner, select Add, and then Library. The first time and the first instance, and every time you close and you reopen your website, you will find that it defaults to the design set, this website. We also used this one at the bottom, and I really like this feature, the fact that it gives me my website and then already the pages that I've created. Filter by page. If we have posts and other custom post types, then we will be able to access them here. The one that's very popular in Breakdance is the Samba UI kit. But like I've shown you, there are also others called fancy sections and element demos. If you want to see all the elements within Breakdance, there are demos for them. Let's say the forms. Forms is a very good example. We're going to be building a form soon. And here are a few demos of forms that you can use immediately, like forgot password and just a simple form builder. Another one, let's have a look at block quote. Then it shows you what you can do with the block quote. These are starter ideas for you. And this is the design set element demos. Below this, and this is something we'll look at a complete site, another powerful feature within Breakdance. What this actually allows you to do is not only, like here at the top, see your own website, but if there are other people out there that have made great websites, they can share their website URL with you as a design kit. And then all you need to do in the back end of Breakdance is go and paste that URL and their design set will appear here. You can then access them. Great feature. Makes it very easy to save and share stuff. So if I want to look at any of these like Lights of Love, it's a complete site. Over here, again, you can say it's categories or pages. Then the entire page appears below that. And like before, you can add to page, or you can go to the top. You will see you can import the entire page. And then with that, if you like the fonts and if you like the colors, you also have the option to import the settings. A quick overview for that. We want to build out our contact page, and this UI set that does most of the work for us is this one called Samba. We look for the form. I just wish this was structured contact, not form contact in an alphabetical order. Let's have a look at what's going on here. Some contains a form. This is the one we used in module 1. This is one that we will use soon. Then I'm looking for one with a little bit more so we can have a look at all the different fields. And as I scroll down, I think this is the one that we can go for. Here. This is the one that I had used. Quite a big section with loads of fields, radio selectors, and an image on the right, still to give us a little bit of design flair for our website. Add to page. And we notice something a little bit strange here, and that is that this comes in at full width. It's the entire page. Before we do that, let's open our structure panel as well and select the section. And after you've selected the section, look at what's going on the left. This is the properties panel, the settings panel, side panel with settings. And we have learned now that whenever we want to make changes, it happens here on the left. Just a quick note, if you don't like it on the left, you actually can put this entire panel on the right. To change the locations of the panels, you do that through the preferences. Go to the top where you see the 3 dots, select preferences, and then scroll down. And here you see you can decide whether you want it on the left or the right. So global settings, selectors, element properties. Let's put it on the right so you can see. And it switches to the right. Many people prefer it like that. And I guess if I had started with it on the right, I may have kept it on the right. But creature of habit, I started with it on the left, and now I just keep it on the left. So remember, if you want to make changes, you can do that within the preferences. Let's go again, open up the structure, make sure section is selected. We know it is selected. It also says section here at the top. How do I know which changes Breakdance team had made here, and how can I get into it and then set it up my way? The first clue that you have next to these labels, whenever you see a little dot, shows you that Breakdance team had made changes. For example, I can see that this section is full width and I want it constrained. I want it boxed so it can look the same all over my site. And that should be size and or spacing. And there is a little dot next to size. I select that and you can see here we have width at full. Very easy to find this one. This one is not so obscure. The other way, that's a really cool way that I like, is a little hidden button almost down there at the very bottom within this side panel. Over here, it's called Modified. What the modification button does is it filters everything here in the panel and only shows you those things that have changed from the default installation. Select Modified. You see, these are the changes that have been made. In total, 4 changes. They changed the color of the background, the height to fit content, the width to make it full, and they added padding. You will say, but it's on 0 padding. Remember, the default in Breakdance isn't 0 padding. So for them adding the 0 here shows you that they've made those changes. This is a nice way to filter and just look at the stuff that you've changed. And this is really helpful when you've basically finished your website and you start making those small tweaks and you only want to focus on those things. No need to deep dive. Everything will appear here. Let's then go ahead to width, and all we need to do is clear it out and it will default to the page that we are working on. With our section selected, I just want to add a page title. So we still also know that this is a contact page, but we're going to make this one very simple. Add another section. It will drop it below. I'll just grab and drag it to the top. Add a heading. Select. Get in touch. It comes in as a H1. You can decide, do you want to keep it H1 or drop it down to an H2? Or keep it on H1 and just change the size of the text. Change out the image, and in this case you will see that the image isn't an image, it's a background for the column. Nice way to make sure everything fits as well. Select the column, and let's use the same thing we did before. Select Modified, and you can see everything that had changed in setting up this column will appear here. So quite a lot. The column is at 50%. Padding has changed and there's a color. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll just clear out the color because I don't need that. And then I'll select image. I said you can clear out the color. You don't even have to do that. I just cleared it out. My images, and this is this long image that I've created. When I had created this image, and you can see here in the thumbnail on the right, it is pretty slender, vertical and slender. And I did that because I saw that's how it looked on the page, and I created something very similar so it can fit in easily. And I select choose, and it easily drops in there. We can make a few changes here under the image settings. You can go to the position if you feel you want to move that around. Currently it's set to left center. You can put it to right top. Doesn't make a big difference. Let's say right center. But because I had edited, there's not much that needs to be done here. So my image, there we go. That one is done. You can change out the text here. Let's work together. You can change out the text here, but let's talk about the form element. And I think the first thing is have a look at the fields. Form builder. In the panel on the left, you will see it starts with the form name. You can give your form a name contact form. This is important for identifying when people send you a message on your website, which form this is coming from. So if you have more than one form on your site, give it very descriptive names. Keep it short still, in order when you receive this message, either in WordPress or in your email inbox, you will clearly know from which form it comes. That is the purpose of this form name. Fields, these are the things that we use to build out the form. This is where we bring in all the information. The first three is where you add in your first name, your last name, and company. Now the form, as it is, comes in with this John Doe Feel Good Incorporation, all of this. These are placeholder texts. I'm not too fond of them, especially not in this format. And the reason is the color is exactly the same color as the form. And when I was testing it, I thought the field was already filled in. It looked like the field was already filled in. To change all of this, select on any of the fields that you've created. So we select the first one, and you will see it set to text. The label is first name. So the label is the one at the top, and then advanced. Again, not advanced, just more options. Select that. There's an ID option here. The ID is useful when you are setting up how the form will appear when you receive the message. And I will do that in a separate tutorial. This is a feature that many people overlook when they set up forms, but a really great feature that if you want to receive the information from the website in a specific order or layout, the IDs come in really handy. This is where the placeholder is over here, where it says John. Now, what I want to check, if we go to design, if there is an option to reduce the color or change the color of the space holder. I didn't do that previously, so I want to go to form. There's spacing, fields, typography, labels, sub-labels, values, and links. Let me see, labels. Label is the one at the top, so that won't be affected. But let's give it another color so we can see how it looks. Let's put it on blue. And the rest will keep. But look here, even the font family is different. It's on PT Sans. So bringing this in, That's interesting, which is something we don't want. We want this on open sans, right? That's a little bit of a pity that it doesn't draw that from my global styling. And then the rest we leave. Let's look at sub-labels. Change this color. Ah, I see. This is sub-labels when you have your radio and your selectors. I want to keep that my normal carbon black. Then we have values, and that's what you will be typing in. Probably don't want to play around with, but I just want to keep testing this and see if I can change the color of the placeholder. And then links, I doubt it. Yeah. So I don't see the option to change the color of the placeholder. And that placeholder, John, Doe, Feelgood, etc., should be grayed out. I'll make one more attempt. Let's go to Fields. Placeholder. There we go. Let's see. Click on it and I'll put it on my platinum. That's very light. So I'll just grab my color selector here and increase it a little bit. Much better. And that is how a placeholder text should look. It shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, it's just super confusing to people. They think the field has already been filled in and there's a value. Now that we've figured that one out, I can rest in peace. Let's go back to the design at the front. And we're still actually busy with the first one. Let's go back to advanced. We looked at the placeholder, and then one that is very important is the required option. If you toggle it off, your little indicator disappears, and switch it back on. Width, what is this? So as I increase the width, I think it can go up to 12. Okay, so this is an old setting. I won't say old, but this is a setting based on something which I get immediately. 6. The width of 6 is actually 50%. It's interesting that they've done it this way, but no problem. And the reason for that is that when you put it on 4, you immediately work on 33 1/3%. So it comes from old graphic design. Interesting always to see how these things pop up. But the width, if you want your name to be the full container, you put it on 12, or you just remove it over here. Otherwise, you put it on 6. And the next one will slide in behind it. That's how the fields work. The important part for us in this is what happens when people click here on Submit Request. To do that, in the side panel on the left, scroll down, and that you find under Actions. In Module 1, there was a Pro little pop-up that appeared here, and it actually locked your form. If you just used it by default, it wouldn't work. You needed to remove a few things and set up a few things. The two that come in by default is email and store submission. Let's talk about store submission first. This store doesn't mean a place where you shop. It means something you keep. You keep the submission. This is a good idea. Every time you receive a form, it will be stored in the backend in WordPress, and you will find that within the Breakdance panel. But you've paid Pro, and Pro allows you to receive an email. I'll clear these two and notice what happens when I clear them. These options here, store submission and email, will go away. First email, and now we're only left with store submission, and then there's nothing when I remove store submission. To bring them back, select from the drop-down and note that there are more than just the store submission as well as the email. If you have the very infamous MailChimp, you can set that up here. And the Pro feature also allows you to set up conditions. That one gets very interesting and intricate. Awesome feature. If you have very complicated distribution lists and you just collect certain things from certain fields, not the whole field. But we're going to stick to the main two. And look there, even there's a pop-up that you can trigger. This feature, very, very nice. We bring back store submission and I select also email. And after I've done that, just click outside. Two settings appear again over here. For store submission, you can look at the settings, but you basically don't have to do anything. Select email, and you have one Let's also call this a field. And this one here, select, and it opens up and it gives you this entire long setting up here. The form has already been set up. Note that the to email and the from email is samba@breakdance.com. And these are two that you definitely have to switch out. Let me just show you what happens when you bring in a default form. I'll go to add, and then I'll look for my form builder, and drop it. Where did it drop? Did it drop somewhere? I didn't. And the new form drops here. We do the same. Go to the options on the left, actions, email, and open up the email. And you will see by default that Breakdance will bring in the email that is within your WordPress account. And that is me. This makes it very easy for me. In fact, I don't have to set up anything. Once people fill in my form and submit it on the front end, it will come 1, store submission to the WordPress backend. I can go check it there. But 2, I will get an email notification. Let's delete this one and let's just go back to the one we've been working on, select it, and go again to email. In a separate video, we'll go through this. Remember I talked about the ID? That is where these come in, the one with the curly brackets. Very, very useful. Go to the to email, change your email. Same for the next one. This is all you need to do. One big caveat in working in TasteWP, which I'm working currently in. If you test this form on the front end, it will give you an error reading for the email. If you send that form on the front end while you are in TasteWP or working and setting it up in TasteWP, it will store it in submission, but you will get an error reading on the front end. And that is because it's a practice site. We don't have to go into the technical part of it, but TasteWP is for you to practice. So when you try to send an email as a visitor, it's going to give you an error reading. But on every other hosting place, and once you sign up for hosting with TasteWP as well, it's going to work perfect. And that is your form. One of the features that I do like about using any of the pre-made blocks is that they should look okay on the other devices. So we can look on tablet landscape, tablet portrait, and they stack it from here, phone landscape, and then phone portrait. For the rest of the page, again, I'm going to bring in pre-made blocks. Very, very easy. Go to add, go to library, and we again go to contact here at the bottom. Make sure you select it. And we'll scroll. And this is where, where am I? Contact. Okay. Scroll. And I bring in this area, get in touch and locations. Let me just see if that is the one I used. I like this one because it gives you similar design as to what we had used across our site. If you have more than one location, you have maybe branches, you can add it here, and then this will be additional information. If you have an office, you put your email address here and your contact details, but your form should be the priority on your get in touch page. Again, we are pretty confident that if we go to any of the other options, it should look good. I say that and then this happens because we've made our own changes. Let's make these changes then. I just want to see on phone landscape, it should good. But we go to tablet landscape, that's good. Tablet portrait, scroll to get in touch. Then we go to typography and font size 48. We do the same for this one. Typography, font size 48. Let's go to the desktop, save our work. And just to take it all in, to the quick navigation at the top, we go. Select the drop down and we have 3 pages here. We can navigate to home. We created this home page, nicely set up everything. We work with this option to have 2 sections that are similar, but only appear on some devices and others not. And then we created the About Us page. Nice little page that we've done here with some design. brought in our core values. We work a lot with columns here, and then reused one of our own sections by going to the Add Design set. After that, we had our projects. And projects, very nice design, but it was so easily done. Just a few clicks and reuse. And finally, we just set up the contact page. Let's navigate over to the home page. The site is done. Now we begin with the navigation, and we're diving a little bit deeper into the header and how to work with the header builder. And in the next module, module 3, when we look at blogging, I'm going to show you how to set up a very, very nice header. The header is a block that you want to appear across your entire site. In Breakdance, you do that by creating your header within a template, and then you assign the template to your site and where it should appear. Let's show you. Here, the quick navigator comes in very, very handy. Before we do that, I just want to show you where these templates will appear. Exit to WordPress, go to the top right corner and select Exit to WordPress. You can also say Exit to Front End. Let's do that. Let's go to the front. Here is our front. Whoop-de-doo. And then we select our dashboard here in the top. Cursor down to Breakdance, and then under Home, the templates appear over here. Currently, the templates is very deserted, nothing here. And to bring in a new template, you select Add Template. If you have WooCommerce, these are the options. This is module 4. You want to work with blogs? These are the ones. 2 of them. And then you have your 404, and then the option to add a custom template. The header, you may have noticed, is actually not under templates, but it's got its own section here, just below templates, headers, and footers. When you go to headers, we expect there to be nothing. And actually, it's exactly the same as a template. They could have put it under templates, but they broke it up a little bit. Same for footers. Global blocks also appear here, but you remember we did create that global block. If I select global blocks, we should see a global block, and that is that CTA call to action project. And then one more, pop-ups. Pop-ups appear over here. All of these you used to do only here in the backend. Whenever you wanted to create a header, a footer, global block, or pop-up, you had to come and do it here. But with that quick navigator within the builder, you don't have to exit the builder anymore and come here. You can do it right within the builder. Go to Breakdance, our front page. Hover over Breakdance, select Open Home. Quick navigation at the top, drop down, click on the plus. We'll call this header. From the drop down here, you can see everything that we've just looked at. Post, page, template, header, footer, pop-up, and global block. Those options appear here. I'll select header and select save. Hover over the header to select it, and now it will take you to the header template. You'll build this out exactly like you would build out any other section. Let's click on it, except you're not going to use a section. You're going to use a header builder section. From the elements on the left, search for header, and you will find header builder and drop that. So the header builder is a special kind of section that allows you to do cool things like make your header transparent, make it sticky. With our header builder here, we are going to keep the background white, but we want to bring in now our logo, we want to bring in our menu, and we want to add some social icons. I think the first 2 things I want to show you is the logo and the social icons, and then we create the menu. Click on the plus in the middle, and for the logo, we will need an image. I'll select the image, drop it, choose, and select my favicon. That is my logo. It's way too big. For that, go to our design settings, image, the width, 64 pixels. You'll want to move on from here, but it's very important to remember that by default, our navigation behavior, we understand that a logo in a header is actually a link to the home page. And it's important that you do that not only bring in the logo, but also make sure that when people click on it, it will take them always to the home page. The image by default doesn't just link. You can look around here. There's not just a link option, but Breakdance has an awesome feature to make almost everything linkable in a very short step. With the element selected, right-click on it. Go to Wrap In and select Link. And this puts it into what is referred to as a wrapper link. Everything inside that wrapper can now be linked. Just important to remember, you cannot put a link within a link. If you have contents that have a link, do not put it inside a wrapper link. But this image inside this wrapper link works perfectly. All you need to do, go here to the link area, and I'll type in /home, and that's going to make sure that this will always go back to my home page. Next, I want to bring in my social media icons. The wrapper link is currently selected. If you select the wrapper link and then select Add and Social Icons, click on it, it will drop this in the wrapper link. You can check here in the structure. The wrapper link has now the image and the social icons. So remember, every time a wrapper link, it's like a div. Select it, it will put the new content inside that container. Undo, Control-Z, Command-Z. Select the header builder and now go to Add. We look again for social icons and drop. It drops it on the right. What's going on here? The header builder is set up to drop everything and space them evenly across the header builder. Every time you bring in something, it's going to drop it to the right. Let's bring in a button, add button, just to show you. The button drops to the right, the social icons move to the middle. Some of you may immediately think, but this is not what I will want to design. And I'll show you how you're going to tackle that if that is not how you want to design. For now, delete the button. We'll quickly do the social icons. Select the first social icon. And from the social icons, you set them up over here. I'll first make some design changes. Go to the icons. The icon color is white. I like that. But the background, I want to change to charcoal. The size is too big. I'll drop it down to 18. And the shape, I'll put that on circle. And that's pretty nice for my social icons. To set it up, I select any of the social icons and I put the link to my social media within the link. Go through all of them and set them up nicely. Next, we bring in a menu. We haven't created the menu yet, but we're going to bring in the menu anyways. Click on Add and type in Menu. As in Module 1, you have an option for two menus, Menu Builder and WP Menu, which is the WordPress menu. In many free builders, you get the WordPress menu, and it's actually very, very limited in what it can do. But the WordPress menu in Breakdance, even in the free version, is really the GOAT. It is an awesome menu. But the menu builder, boy oh boy, what an amazing little element, which is for Module 3. So I keep that as a teaser for Module 3. In most cases, especially if you're working with straight up designs, this WP menu, don't feel that this is the underperformer. It's still a great menu. Drop it. And now we begin to understand that things are not working the way we want it to work. It's not being styled the way we want it. We want these on the right. So the first thing we go is to the structure panel. We grab the WP menu and we drag it up under the wrapper link. But still, the menu is appearing in the middle and not next to my image. And how do we do that? We do that by putting these two, the wrapper link and the image, together with the WordPress menu in a div. And the header builder will then put that div on the left. Select wrapper link in the sidebar on the right, right-click, wrap in, and this time we put it inside a div. Then go to WordPress menu and drag it to put it in that div. Select the div because we have to tell the div that things need to be horizontal. Layout, horizontal, and add a gap. Let's go for 35 pixels. And one more thing, you can see that this icon is at the top. This WordPress menu is kind of in the middle. We go to vertical align and we put it in the middle. Save, Control S, Command S. And what we need to do now is go set up the menu quickly. For the menu setup, you still need to exit back to WordPress. Let's go the route of exiting to WordPress, exit to WordPress, Appearance, Menus, create a new menu, which I will call Main Menu, create, Pages, View All, select All, Add to Menu, and let's just see, Contact needs to come to the bottom. My demo, I made this mistake. And you can also change out any of these names here if you want to, and say Save Menu. Go back to the front. Breakdance, open Home. But remember, we have to go to the header template. Quick navigation at the top and select the header. And we just wait and it will propagate very quickly. Here you can make some changes. Select WordPress menu. Go to the design option. You can start with the desktop menu and we will look at the mobile menu very soon. Links and typography. If you want to make it bigger, change the color. Let's put that on pure black. I think it's on Open Sans, so we go for Space Grotesque. And then we also go to Advanced, make it all caps, and add a little bit of letter spacing 1.2. We can change the size. I think it should be on 16. Let's make it on 18. Now it looks more like a graphic design space, yes. And the rest for us is good. Go to Effect, Effect Type, and I choose Underline. I like this feature. As you hover over it, there's an underline that shows you which one you're hovering. You can choose things like the direction that line will come in, how thick the line is. Let's bring it down to 2 pixels. A little bit thinner. Don't see the change. 1 pixel. Yeah, 1 pixel is nice. And change the color if you want to. You have an option for active, and that is the page you're currently on. Let's put that on electric blue so we can test that later. And there's an effect type as well. We're not going to worry with that. And then the size. This is for padding. Space between them, we can add a little bit more. 35, you can see, is pretty big in this case. So 25, also too big. I think the default was okay here. And then drop down arrows, which we don't have. We don't have sub menus. Close this. Those are the links. There's the drop down and an option to put it on vertical. Very nice for sidebars. Quickly look at mobile menu. To decide whether the Hamburger, the mobile menu, will show, you put it here, show at phone landscape. View the responsive view, go to the top, phone tablet landscape, tablet portrait, phone landscape, and phone portrait. This doesn't look good, right? So we have to make changes. Let's start first with tablet landscape. This doesn't look good. Header builder, go to layout, stack vertically, and we choose phone landscape. You see, now we have to do almost nothing. In fact, nothing. Then we go to tablet portrait. We need to make things smaller here. I still want to keep it the way it is. Select my WP menu. Let's go to our settings, links, and I'll reduce the typography to something like 14. And I'll also reduce the gap between them. Space between, put it on 5. And then what else is adding all that space? That's probably padding. So let's just add 5 pixels of padding. Let's take away. I first take it all away. It's 0, apply all, and then apply all. And then we can go back to space between. At 25 pixels, much better. And then let me just select again the div and gap between. We put that on 25. Much better. We can reduce the size of the social icons, but remember this is on a tablet. You don't want to make it too small. Then drop it down to phone landscape. Now things are stacked. What we'll do here is we're going to remove the social icons here. We do have it somewhere else on the page. You can still keep it if you want to, otherwise you remove it. First, let's select this div container at the top. go to container, the width, percentage, put it on 100. And now it will stretch the entire width of the device. With this though, I want this menu to be on the right and I want my logo to be on the left. The layout doesn't allow us to do that either by selecting vertical or horizontal. And to add that, to bring that balance, we go again to this option all the way to the right, advanced. We choose flex. The direction of the column is row, so horizontal. Then justify the content, same like before, space between. But you see that the hamburger is here in the top, there's the space here at the bottom, so we have to align it. And that's where the align items will come in, and we put it to center. That was quite a bit, but how flexible is that? No need for you to figure out how to get all of these aligned, put them in separate columns, align the columns. You just go through this little flex option. Great, you saw what I did there. You can choose now, do you want to keep the social icons here? I'm going to remove them from the header. For my mobile device, I feel that the header is just becoming too crowded at this moment. Select the social icons, go to my settings, hide on breakpoint, hide, and I'll choose phone, landscape and portrait. It grays out. And what I will do is go to in-builder preview and say hidden. Now I don't even see it. It's still there, but I don't see it. And it gives me a much better idea of how it will work. Let's go to the top. And now what has happened, because I had set my original settings on a flex layout, this has messed it up. The layout is not responsive. These are responsive, but the layout setting is sticky. Because I set the layout to flex, custom, advanced, at my phone level, it has also messed it up now at the top level. Important point to remember, but we do the same. The direction, so we put it on a row. And then we justify the content. We don't need to do that, but we want to align them to the center. Same thing. Once I do that, we have to drop through this again. Over here, let's select our div. Div is selected. Gap, let's put it on 25. One more down, phone landscape. Looks good. Looks good. And now back to desktop. Save your work. Go to the exit, select copy URL, open a new tab and paste. My header doesn't appear here. What's happening? I cannot navigate. We have created the header. We haven't told the header yet where it has to actually appear. You need to set that up. Go to the quick navigation at the top, select header, hover over the header, and you will see the settings, edit settings. Select that. Here is the header, location, apply header to select everywhere. And that's it. That's all you need to do. Now the header knows I need to appear everywhere. And everywhere here means on every page. Save. Save the page as well, just to be good. Go to the front end where we had just loaded this. Reload. And there is my header. Now I can navigate easily to my pages. How sweet is that? Next one, we talk about how you can create a sticky header. Let me show you first. This header has a great sticky feature. Select the header. In the sidebar on the left, sticky, and select enable sticky. Oh, there's so many options there, but let's just enable the sticky first. Save it. And scroll on your page and you can see the header stays at the top. Go to the front end, refresh, and let's do the same. Let's go to home and scroll. There's one thing that has happened by enabling it as sticky. We lost real estate space there at the top. What actually has happened, it made it an overlay, and the space we had here for our hero section moved behind the header. But as I'm scrolling, the sticky header remains there at the top. That's the first thing. The second thing, I don't like this huge sticky header when I'm scrolling. A sticky header should contain fewer items. You maybe don't need a big logo. You just need navigation links in the sticky header. To do that, you actually create two headers. Yes, Let me show you. We go back into Breakdance and disable sticky header. Right, so keep together. Let's save. Go to the front end, and I'm going to reload this page. Notice that we get the space back that we lost. You see, that drops it in. Now you understand, once you activate the sticky header, all your content moves up behind the header. Go back to Breakdance header, and how do we create the sticky header? We bring in another header builder. I'll go ahead and duplicate this one. So we have two. Go to the second one, sticky, and enable it. Save. Go to the front, reload. Nothing changed because we have one header that is now there, like that, and the other header that is sticky. So you're actually seeing two. But remember what I told you. That second header, we don't want it to look exactly the same as the first header. Go back into Breakdance. To work with that sticky header, I need to unsticky it. So I'll deselect it to bring it out. And if you cannot find it, just go to the structure and select and disable the stickiness. I'll select the image and the wrapper link and I'll delete this. I only need that. And I'll also go to my social icons and delete this as well. I'll select the header builder. I'll go to spacing, padding at the top. I'll put on 5 and also for the bottom. Go to my WP menu, desktop menu, links, and I'll change the typography. I'll make it a little bit lighter, charcoal. And then for the active one, I'll put it on orange just to be different. We change the size as well, typography size. Let's put that on 16. And select the header builder again, go to background, color, white, and fade it to around 80%. Background can shine through. Now, save. Oh, wait, first we need to make it sticky. So look for sticky, enable, save, Breakdance module, refresh. Ooh, no, doesn't look good. What to do? Yes, there is an option for that. We go back into Breakdance Builder, go to Sticky, and we look at scroll behavior. Hide until scroll. Ooh, okay, let's do it again. Select your sticky header, go to the sticky setting, go to scroll behavior, hide until scroll. This means I'm going to hide this header until a scroll distance. And on the page, there's a visual indicator. Really cool. It sets it at 300 pixels. Let's put in our own value so that you can see. I'll put in 450. And have you noticed what happened on the page? We can't see the sticky header. As I scroll now on the page, my header, the one that is fixed, my static header, will remain at the top. Now, there's no header on the page, but remember, we kind of don't need a header now. The moment I get to show at 450 pixels, my sticky header appears. Whoa, this is so awesome. And this really makes people think you know what you are doing. Let's save the page. Let's go back to our front end, reload, scroll, and there it appears. That's a little too light. So I just want to change the settings for that. I'll select it. Let's make the background full white again. Go to settings, hide on breakpoint, hide, and we choose phone landscape and phone portrait. Save. And have a look. Tablet landscape, yes, it's okay for tablet. Tablet portrait, very small. We can probably give a little bit more padding. But phone landscape, why do I see it? But it's grayed out, so if I don't want to see it, I go to the settings in the panel on the left and choose hidden, and now it won't even appear here. But if I scroll to the top, my static header is still there. Let's talk about the Hamburger menu and the panel that comes with it, which we often call the menu tray. Select phone landscape. This is the moment the Hamburger menu comes into play. click on it and it opens the tray for you, this drop-down menu. I kind of like it. I think what Breakdance did here is a pretty good job, so we don't need to mess around with this. But as always, you have styling options over here. Design, mobile menu, and this is where you will find everything that you want for the mobile menu. This canvas that we have here is currently in default. Click on the open, close, you see how that works. Let's click on full screen and open it. Different option, and off canvas. 3 options you have here. I like this default, it's kind of like a drop down. The full screen is not bad, especially if you have a lot of content there. And the off canvas is also a familiar one. But for me, we can go with the default. Choose one that you like and want to play around with. Open it again by clicking on the Hamburger menu. You can change the links and you have the same options here like you did before. You don't want a border, select no border. Let's leave the border on. I'll close the links. Select spacing, margin at the top. Let's put in 25. We add that space between the canvas and our header section here at the very top. That's kind of what it is. On mobile devices, often we want to make the links a little bit bigger. Maybe do that. Go back to links, typography, level 1. So that is top level. And we put the font size on 20. And I can also see that this is on Open Sans. I forgot to change that. We can put it also on Space Grotesque. And go to Advanced, Transform, all caps, letter spacing 1.2. Did that make a difference? Barely. But enough. Close that out. Alignment should also be here somewhere, and I guess the alignment will be in the links. Here you don't have control over the alignment. You can't put it on the right. You can just choose this one, horizontally center links, if you want to put it in the middle. Kind of okay. I'll put it on the left. The final one here is the actual menu icon that we see over here. I broke my head for a while thinking, where can I find this feature? And then found that menu, or the Hamburger menu, is actually this little dude over here called toggle. Select that and you have control over that as well. A lot of control here. You can choose how it looks when it opens. Like when it closes, it's this X. When it opens, it's the Hamburger menu. Very many features here, wrapper open, etc. The whole thing. I just want to show you that you can choose your custom icon. I'll go there. You have an open icon, choose, and by default, it's going to give you a few other versions that you can choose from. If you like this one, I like that one actually a lot. Once you do that, you also have the option for a close one. You need to add one for a close menu. I'll use the same one. And bring in your own toggle custom. Like before, click on upload. If you have a menu ready, remember, drag it in. Drag it in. Why is it not working? Click, drag. Then select my icons, the folder we've created earlier, save icons, and then menu. And you can see I have my own little menu icon then up there. Close one. You can put a different one in. Easily change that up. Save. Quick navigation and select home page within the builder. Since we have assigned the header now to all the pages, it will also now appear on our page as we are working in the builder, as well as the sticky header. And if this is a case where the sticky header is going to annoy you, you just go back and you turn it off while you are editing here, and then you can bring it back later. You have created one header template, but in that header template, you have created 2 header builder elements. And the one is the static one at the top. The other one is the sticky header that appears. Nice way. The final touch to our page is our footer section. The same way we had created the header, we will do with the footer. Select the add, call it footer. Post type, footer, save. Hover over the footer and select. Unlike the header, there is no footer builder element. The footer is just a section. Select the plus, add a section. I'll change the color. Bring in columns. I'll make it 2. The first one, I will just put in text. Change the color of the text so we can see what's going on. We'll hear typography. I'll select the text and I'll say 2026 copyright or whatever you want to put in here. Madman Productions. And on the right, bring in social media. Add social media, social icons. Select them. You set them up in the first panel, design panel. We go to icons, change out the color for the icons, the background. We make it orange, shocking peach. The size will drop to 18. And then we put it on circle. To align them to the right, we select the parent container, columns, layout, horizontal, and we align them to the right. Select the section container and we remove the padding at the top and the bottom. That will be under spacing, and we'll just add 15 pixels at the top and 15 pixels at the bottom. That's too little. Make it 25. Save. Go to the quick navigation, hover over the footer, select Edit Settings, and say you want it to be on each and every site, everywhere, and save. Why do I need a specific footer template? Why can't I just use a normal template? The function of the footer template is to ensure that the footer template will always appear at the bottom of the page. It doesn't matter what content you add to the page before or after, the footer will always remain at the bottom. That's why it is important when you create the footer section to put it in the footer element. We're done here. Let's go to Home. Now at the top, we have our header, then our sticky header. Scroll to the bottom. We have our footer. The footer is kind of a global block, right? A global block with a specific position at the bottom of the page. One of the things we often add to a page is that when people click on a link, it will open a pop-up for them and then they can read something there or it can take them somewhere else. Let's use this button over here. What I want to achieve is that when people click on check out our products, our projects, it will open this pop-up, and inside the pop-up we can have a few images of our projects, but even in that pop-up we have a link to our projects page. First, we need to create a pop-up. This can all be done right within the builder, or you can go to the back end where I had showed you earlier. Go to the top, we click again on the add option, and I'll call it on page pop, because this is in the page. As people click on it, it will pop. I often also call it an on-click page. Post type, here, select pop-up and save. Next, hover over it. Notice there's also the option for edit settings. The edit settings are going to also ask you where do you want to apply it and the conditions. You do need to assign the location and you just put it on everywhere, but you do not set up any conditions or triggers. We'll look at that in the next video. Go ahead and save, and then select the on-page pop-up by clicking on it, and then style it out. The first thing you need to bring in is a section. And once you bring in the section, the page will draw the canvas for the pop-up, make it easier for you to visualize what's going on here. I'll bring in columns. 2. First one, I'll put an image. And then from here, select my image. Ooh, why my image? Oh, here. Choose. And these guys that are on my project page, I will bring them in here. Same for this one. Bring in another image. let's choose the other one that's very different. Add some text, work with us, and this is now in the column. Go to the structure on the right, grab the heading and just drag it to the left so it's under that. See our works. If we don't know, I'll just put it on H2. Go to Typography, center align. And this is our section. So we go to layout for the section and align everything to the middle. Click on the text, add a little space. And finally, we can add the button. But I want to show you something here. Select the section. Instead though of adding a button here, I'll add a button. Add button. Where are we now? And the button drops below. Change to our project page. Instead though of just linking the button, I want to link actually this entire content. So make it easy for people just to click on the global pop-up and take them to the project page. You remember we did that easier earlier with the wrapper link. What I'll do is I'll go to the columns first. I select the columns here in the structure on the right click, wrap in, and I'll put it in link. Nothing changes, it's just a link. Then I'll take the heading 1, click, hold, and I'll drag it to the right. And the same for the button. Ensure the wrapper link is selected. Design, and now layout appears under design, right? Vertical and center align everything again. Now, when people click on any of these, it will take them to the page. The whole thing becomes a link, not just a button. Remember though, I mentioned to you earlier, if you are creating a wrapper link, nothing inside that wrapper link can be clickable. Do not put a link in the button. Leave the button empty because you will add the link to the wrapper link. Let's do that. So click on wrapper link, go to the settings at the front and /projects. I think that is the name of the page, projects, and save. Let me just go to the front end, projects, and see, yes, projects with an S. Now we have created this pop-up. We go back to our page, which was on our home page. Where is home? Scroll down. Scroll to where we want to add it. Was it on? Yes, here. Check out our projects. Select the button. Within the link box, go to the settings, this little icon here. Select. How do we want to link it? With a URL, with an address? No, we want to link it to an action. Select the action. And what kind of action? A pop-up. Which pop-up? Select on-page pop. And what should it do? It should open it. That one is okay. There's also advanced options for IDs and more, but this is how you're going to set that up. Now, when people click on it, it's going to open the pop-up. That process you have to go through. Very nice. Once you know it, save your page. Let's go to the front, refresh. This is the project, so we can just select home page, scroll down, check out our projects, and now look, as I hover over this entire block, you can see that it becomes a link. Not only the button, but everything. I do this a lot, and it's a way to kind of trick people into clicking on something and take them there. At the same time, it also helps people to click something much easier. So I do it for their benefit. I'll click on it and it takes us to the projects page. It's beautiful when things work. We've done this on-page pop-up, but now let's create an automatic pop-up. The automatic pop-up is that one just pops up by itself, and usually it has some kind of call to action. There's a sale going on. We do that now. To create the automatic pop-ups, you do it exactly the same way as we did here, with the exception that we assign conditions and triggers. From the drop-down in the quick navigation, select the plus. I'll call this automatic, automatic lover 2026. Post type Pop-up, save. Before we go, let's go into edit settings. Apply. I'm going to apply it across my site. I already told it to be everywhere, so I don't need to apply conditions. This will have a separate video as well, so you can deep dive into this. But what is important is the trigger. Add a trigger, choose the trigger, page load. That means whenever a visitor comes to my site, it will show whenever a page is loaded. It doesn't matter which page, this pop-up will show. After how many seconds? And it's often around 3 seconds. You put it on 5 or 7, 3 to 5. 3 to 5, I'd say. Limit how often this pop-up shows. Select that per page per session forever. This one, while you are styling out, you switch it off. Because otherwise you cannot see the pop-up every time you test it. So leave it off, and then when you are ready to go live, you switch it on. Limit how often this pop-up shows. Per page load, only 1 time. Or per session, only 1. This is actually a nice one that makes sure that it only shows once when a person comes to your site. But remember, we're going to uncheck this for now. You'll come and check it on later. Save. Go to our automatic pop-up, select it, and now we begin edit it. The first thing we need to do is bring in a section. Select and section. I'll add a heading, and then we look a little bit at the things like the close button and the overlay. But the first thing I'll do is add a heading. Automatic pop-up. Let's just make this smaller. I'll add a form. I'm not going to build it out, but I just want the form there so we know what we are working with. To work with the pop-up, click on this gray area. You have overlay. That is the color that you currently see. If you want to see the page, you disable it and the page will show. Allow scroll will allow the pop-up to remain open while the person scrolls. This kind of pop-up, you don't need it. You do need it if you create something like a cookies menu or you have a side little video that you want stuck to your site. Disable the close button. Yes, you may want to do that. And the reason for that is you will set up a separate close button here that people need to click. And once you disable the close button, this X here in the top right corner disappears. You also have other options like automatically close after a certain time. This one works very well when you disable the close button and you make it disappear after a certain time. Then it's just a notice. With all of that, just set up the settings. The next is design. That's where the pop-up really starts to shine. With the pop-up selected, you can choose the position, where you want to align it. Translate gives you more control on exactly where you want it. We put it on the default. Then you have the background for the pop-up, size of the container, and all the settings that you are used to, as well as animation. That's for your pop-up. The overlay, you choose the color. Currently, it's set to a transparency of around 80%. Let's change the color to our peach and reduce it. And the close button. The background, let's make it our electric blue. Add padding to your box. 10 pixels all around. And the radius, I'll put it on percentage and make it 100%. Slider disappeared. We have a round one. That's weird. Never done that before. And you can choose, I'll remove the radius, a custom icon. Here is the position. Top right, middle right, top left. And do you want it on the outside? Middle left. Let's put it on top right. Don't mess around too much with the button in terms of location. People expect the button to be in the top right. When it comes to website design, your number one goal is to reduce friction between the user and your website. By changing things around, you are not smart. You're not making them engage in your website. You are frustrating them. And that's why the number one place to place the close button is in the top right corner. If you are scared they're going to close your pop-up too soon and not see your special, just give them a better special. Don't mess around with the button. And then the translate gives you again that control as to where you want to put it. It's like an offset basically. And this is very sensitive. There we go. Something different. And as always, remember to go and check it on your responsive designs. Now that we have created this, let's save this pop-up. Go to the front end and reload the page and see if anything happens after 3 seconds. It does indeed. We don't need a condition here. If I go to my contact page, wait another 3 seconds, and there it appears. Let's go back to home. And there it appears. Just remember, go back to our pop-up settings, automatic pop-up, edit settings. Limit how often this pop-up shows. This you do need to turn on. Otherwise, it's going to show each and every time a person navigates to another page. That is how you create automatic pop-ups. You can navigate back to your home page. This brings us to the end. I want to do the links quickly so that we can go through this and make sure that we've done all the necessary cleanup of our site and making it look good. Links always come at the end, and that's why it's easy to forget it. I often give my website to family and tell them, check the links. Even when I work with a customer, I ask them to check the links. Make sure the links go somewhere. You go to the first page, start with the first link, get started, and you add your links here. If you don't know how to add the link and you have your pages, you select this link option here and it opens this button, and all your pages and your posts that you've created, they will appear here. I want to link this to the contact page. All I do is select contact and set add link. This is a long way of adding it. A short way is just to add the last little slug. And that means I can simply say /contact. But it potato. With that done, I'd scroll down. About. This one wants to take us to the About page. Same procedure. Click on this one. Click on About. Or you just type in /about. Scroll down. We set up this one already. This is an on-click pop-up. And then click here. Got a project in mind? Definitely takes us to the contact page. But see, this is in our global block, so we need to go and change it in the global block. We've made the changes. Let's select Save. And before we forget about this global block, go to the drop down at the top and select the CTA project global block. Click on the button. Let's just contact us now. Change the text and put in the URL. Contact, add link, save. Next page, that would be our About page. Same thing, scroll down. What is this one? How we turn? So let's make this one Projects. Select the link, Projects. Scroll down. And this one is a standalone by itself. We're hiring, apply here. And maybe, I think here, you can create a new pop-up, on-click pop-up like we did previously, and add this one here with a contact form just for the apply. So set that one up by yourself. You know how to do that. Save. We go to Projects. And on the project page, we have those links to the projects. Hire Us is a contact form. Select it, go to our contact page, add link. And for this, you will select the individual project pages and link them. And this one we already set up, save. And on the contact page, there's nothing to link. So if we go to contact page, nothing huge happening here. And once you have set up the links, the next thing you will have to do is naturally go to the front end and test it. We do that. I have a front end open here, reload, click here on Get Started, and it takes us to the contact page. And you will see that our pop-up will keep appearing here. Let's close this. Last thing I want to do just a reminder, because it's actually such an important feature. Go back, exit to WordPress, top right corner, and bring in a featured image. Top right here, set featured image. And go work a little bit on the featured image. Set the featured image. And the reason we always need a featured image, just in case someone share your page to social media like Facebook, then there is an image that you have control over that will appear. This part about how it looks on social media, there are many plugins and add-ons that can make it look better, but at a minimum, always make sure about the featured image and that it is there. This brings us to the end of Module 2. Thanks for sticking around. I hope you've learned something. I hope Breakdance is appealing to you. I love this builder. I love the control. Every builder has a few things that you're not going to like about it. I haven't found that builder yet. No such a thing. But Breakdance has done a great job at making me love building and having faith in WordPress. And you should try it out at a minimum with the free version, and then look for the specials over here if you want to go for a premium. Visit them by following the link in the description below. Before we say adieu, just want to show you Module 3. We start with Module 1. That is a one-pager to give you a good idea of what the builder can do. Then we go to Module 2, multi-pages to show you headers, footers, global blocks, navigation. But very important, WordPress, in my opinion, is the place for blogging. Really. I've tried other sources, but I feel that if you are really serious about blogging, about creating posts, WordPress is the way to go. It is geared towards it, and people are creating stuff for it. Everything I show you here on this page that I've created was created within Breakdance. I've created this stunning layout for a travel blog for a lady that lives here in the Western Cape in South Africa, and she writes about visiting places in the Western Cape. There's a lot that I can tell you about blogging. I've done a number of websites, and I've really gotten into the concept of blogging and how you can keep it very straight and unique and also professional. And we'll cover some of those in the third module, but we'll do a separate WordPress course just on blogging to give you all those tips. I want to show you though here at the very top. This is the header builder, and in this case, it's a transparent header builder. To note, the menu in the middle was not the WordPress menu, but it was done with the menu builder, and it allowed me to create things like this. Beautiful drop-down menus, and these are very simplistic. You can do so much more with it. And I think this is one of the great features within the Breakdance builder that I really want to share with you and show you how to do that. With this created, this layout, you can look at single posts. Nice little single post that I've created. And note my sidebar here on the right. I have table of contents, a nice layout, a big article, and at the bottom we have share options as well as related posts. At the top within this, we also have metadata for our categories. If I select this, I have an archive page just for this category. I've taken the archive page, this category post page, and I have styled it within the builder using the template feature within Breakdance. One more thing, I'm not sure which one I have to guess now, is this section over here where I have an image with this label of the category inside it. I did with the Breakdance loop builder. And the loop builder is just a way for you to create your own layout and then use your posts and display it like so by creating exactly what you want and how you want it, and that you are not limited to the posts elements that come in with Breakdance. But I have to tell you, the list, the post list builder that you see here, here, and here, these are actually 3 post lists, the same element that I've used 3 times. It does a terrific job. That's a teaser for Module 3. Remember to subscribe. From me, take care. I'll see you in the next one.